d'instruments de même type qui se trouve maintenant à Yémen et qui s'appelle Ngabous. Il y a des liens. À chaque fois que vous, les historiens, vous perdez des traces, vous pouvez venir nous chercher, les ethnomusicologues aussi. Nous avons des repères aussi à travers les instruments de musique. Et les esclaves, et dans la partie nord de Madagascar, par exemple, ils étaient comment dirais-je, des plâtres. Et ils cherchent des endroits où ils peuvent élever des troupeaux. Voilà. Et donc, cet instrument qui est maintenant en voie de disparition, alors que c'est un instrument qui a une importance dans la société timiette. Là, en tant qu'ethnomusicologue, je suis le pas de notre aîné Gilbert Rouget, qui a instauré, euh, c'est ce qu'on appelle l'ethnomusicologie d'urgence. L'ethnomusicologie d'urgence, c'est sauver des pratiques musicales et des instruments de musique menacés. Et là, c'est un exemple parfait de cet instrument. Il n'y a que moi qui joue cet instrument et il m'accompagne toujours partout. Et lors des gardiennages des ébus, parce que les esclaves, ils étaient des gardiens des ébus, chez nous on l'appelle Timangadja. Timangadja, c'est un nom très dépréciatif et sans valeur dans la société timiette, le plus bas, les plus marginalisés de toute la société, ce sont les Timangadja. Même les chômeurs ont encore plus de valeur que les Timangadja. Alors que les Timangadja, ils travaillent, ils gagnent des obus annuels parce qu'ils travaillent en tant que gardien des obus. Et ils souffrent beaucoup, les Timangadja, parce qu'ils n'ont pas de quelqu'un à qui parler. Et la chanson de chez nous, on parle que les Timangadja souffrent des soliloques, de parler avec quelque chose qui ne parle pas, les obus. Voilà, c'est vraiment une pire souffrance de ne pas pouvoir se communiquer avec quelqu'un. Toute la journée dans les prairies avec les obus. Voilà l'histoire de cet instrument de musique. C'est l'instrument des Timangadja, des gardiens des obus. Alors que les premiers esclaves qui étaient venus peupler Mansar, ils étaient des gardiens des obus. Et là, personne n'osait utiliser cet instrument parce qu'il appartient à des classes inférieures. Mais moi, il y a depuis 15 ans, je suis conscient de la valeur de cet instrument et je compte sur vous pour valoriser cet instrument jusqu'à l'UNESCO. Justement, c'est l'organisateur de cet événement. Et je vais vous dédier à un morceau de musique que j'ai composé en 2009, intitulé Mitangandila. Mitangandila, c'est le fait de tenir la hanche de son partenaire. Voilà. Voilà, bon, voilà. Et oui, chez nous, à la différence des Occidentaux, il y a beaucoup d'interdictions concernant de toucher quelqu'un. Et ben, voilà, vous savez, l'essor de Damien Abad. Hein. Damien Abad, il était victime d'harcèlement sexuel alors qu'il était un handicapé physique. Voilà. Donc chez nous, c'est une chance de pouvoir toucher. Donc au bal, on touche des partenaires. Donc Mitangandi, là, c'est une chanson qui parle de l'ambiance au bal. Ils ont de la chance, ceux qui ont des femmes. Voilà. Donc mariez-vous, hein, mariez-vous pour pouvoir avoir des partenaires lors des balles animés par les Team 415. Parce que chez nous, les balles, les rythmes se dansent toujours en couple et mixte. Et le mariage pour tous n'a pas encore de place dans notre société pour le moment. Et je vais vous chanter Mitangandi Lana. Merci de votre attention. C'est un genre en tous. tanganidana. Yeah, tanganidana. Yeah, tanganidana. Asala. Yeah, tanganidana. Avec moi. Yeah, tanganidana. Are mana madila he. Are mana madila he. Sara pa misoma rahadyanaro. Sara pa misoma rahadyanaro. Ita kakbalya dusi babe. Ita kakbalya dusi nile. Karatu fata tange. Karatu fata tange. Sara babe. Yak mame. Tangadira. Merci. Tout le monde. Yeah, tangadira. Yeah, tangadira. Are manama dilahe. Ah, merci Bamba. Sara pamiso marahajanaro. Sara pamiso marahajanaro. Ita bakbalya tu si babe. Ita bakbalya tu si nile. Karatu fata tange. Karatu fata tange. Sara babe. Diaku mame. Azala, merci. Ça chauffe. Boti boti magati wanuke sagati afukibo malanko. Boti boti magati wanuke sagati afukibo malanko. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, tangadilana. Yeah, tangadilana. Yeah, tangadilana. Yeah, tangadilana. Yeah, tangadilana. Yeah, tangadilana. Lera Nyandro. Merci, merci. Bon, les Chimangaza, les gardiens des Jébis, à chaque fin des morceaux, il met cet signe, c'est-à-dire c'est l'air, each time. Voilà, c'est ça, des formules de Chimangaza. Lors des pratiques musicales, et presque solo, ouais, parce que c'est pour éviter de soliloquer. Il joue d'instruments de musique. Mais aujourd'hui, tout est menacé avec le modernisme et personne n'utilise des instruments et même les gardiens des yeux, ils sont enregistrés. Donc, c'est la paresse intellectuelle. on ne compose plus de rien et la pratique musicale est menacée d'ici peu. C'est la raison de notre travail. Merci beaucoup.
Um, Good morning. So, this is the uh, panel number 7 that I think we didn't wind up the discussion. And Professor Vijaya has kindly asked us to, first of all, if there are also questions for yesterday's discussion, you are also most welcome. But I also thought that I should also wind up the discussion by providing um, comments and of course suggestions on all the presenters. So beginning with Professor Suzuki uh, about flights to freedom by those who are forgotten as also a strategy of emancipation. And the paper relies on statements that were recorded and filed by the British representatives in the Persian Gulf. So, reading the paper, I find that over reliance on the documentary sources written by the colonial officials sometimes make it a challenging task to come up with a people centered narrative because the voices of slaves, the voices of these runaway slaves tend to be muted. So it's a bit challenging. And I was also wondering, and if Professor Suzuki would perhaps think about these issues, where did these runaway slaves go? And in what ways were they integrated into the society? And perhaps in strengthening um the analysis, I would also recommend Suzuki to read literature about runaway slaves and creation of communities, including Fred Morton, Children of Ham, but also Marshall Wright, Strategies of Slaves and Women, but Justin Will was also written about runaway slaves, and Clelia Correa, runaway slaves and the aftermath of slavery, Swahili coast. Secondly, he also talks about sociabilities emerging during the process of socializing. And I was also recommend that in strengthening this session, um, Suzuki also finds also important to read Elizabeth McMahon about ideas about kinship and how these runaway slaves also socialized, extended networks of support and friendship. But also Justin Wills and Suzanne Mayers, they have written about becoming a child of house, incorporation, authority, and resistance in the Giriama society. I think these would really help the author to strengthen the arguments uh, he has also raised in that. Secondly, the paper by Satrianda Pitham, is the correct pronunciation? I first of all find the title Subaltern Lives of the Mozambican Liberated Africans in Mauritius. Uh, this is this builds on a very old book by by Ranajit Guha and Gayatri Spivak, Subaltern Studies, yeah, published in 1988. And these were, in fact, the pioneers of subaltern studies. That publication, and of course, later on, Ranajit Guha issued a paper which was also later on published as a book chapter, Can the Subaltern Speak? So I find that this paper is now building on this discourse, uh, bringing, raising to the prominence of the subaltern classes, the marginalized, uh, and of course, very recently, Alice Belagamba and Sandra Green have also published African Voices on slavery and slavery. Uh, so in a way, uh, Pitham is building on this discourse on subaltern, the marginalized, the forgotten voices. So, but I was also wondering, I was also perhaps by now reading, going through the paper, I thought perhaps you could also, in fact, be able to talk about now the challenges that encountered in collecting data, the challenges that encountered in raising these voices, but also voices of these liberated slaves, the trauma, and how also it affects the narrative. This would also be important as as he also he delves into this concept. But finally, he also uses the concept of liberated Africans. This, so I also find that this would also be clearly defined. And of course, there's also literature talking about liberated Africans, but also even starting with the work by Samuel Nyanchoga and Michel Liebst, talking about liberated Africans. But of course, more recently, others have also even gone beyond looking at these liberated Africans who later on now acted as abolitionists. So this would also in fact, be important for you to think about. And Professor Benedetta Rossi of the University College London has a project that now looks at Africans as abolitionists. So I think that would also in fact, be important to think about ways in which these liberated Africans sometimes acted as abolitionists. And that would also correspond to the supporting voices, the discourse that has also in fact been in place. And of course, Alice Belagamba's freedom from below. And then thirdly, my friend here, Boreha Selemani, talking about the Malagasy raids and the heritage of slavery in the Grand Comoro. This study raises several questions. One, how can heritage of slavery be transmitted to the present and future generation? Secondly, what role does this heritage play in the recognition and development of Comoros, particularly the Ngazija? Is that the pronunciation? Okay. And how can artificial intelligence and metaverse be used to preserve and promote this heritage? And what are the goals and perspectives of recognizing this heritage? Now, as he concludes, I find the narrative pretty well supported with pieces of evidence, images. But now, with the concluding remarks, he says that the heritage of the Malagasy raids and slavery in Comoros is at risk because of uncontrolled urban expansion and neglect that threaten the survival of this historical fortification. So I had the following perhaps for Soleimani to think about. One, it would also in fact be good and to talk about the conflicting interests, if any, between heritage management of built heritage assets, that in this case or in particular historical fortifications, and the heritage personnel and the influence of modernity. Although modernity may borrow a leaf from Frederick Cooper's colonialism in question, we also need to use this with caution anyway. But at least for this case, with modernity, with urbanization. But second, it would also in fact be important to think about the legal framework and government intervention in salvaging the endangered built heritage, or in this case, historical fortification. And thirdly, it would also in fact be important to think about perception of residents and stakeholders, which I find these in this paper to be missing. So, what do these historical fortifications mean to the communities, and why are they so important to them? Do they hold a similar perception? Do they hold a similar view? And how do they use these fortifications? Are they used as sites of memory? Are they used as sites of ritual performance? I think perception and use of these fortifications to these communities would certainly uh, improve the paper. And Professor Kasho, um, he generally talks about indentured as a new system of slavery. Of course, there are varieties of slaveries, but he talks about indentured labor centering on contracts as a new form of enslavement. Now, looking at the aftermath of slavery, I was also curious. I was curious about life after these contracts. Now, where again these these quote unquote laborers go? Where did they go? So I was thinking that post abolition, if I may use, of post contract life would certainly be extended. But the way I read the paper, talks about contracts, contract laborers, also a new form of enslavement, drawing examples from Southern Africa, from Western Indies, from Mauritius, as well as Brazil. But I think an analysis of life abolition is really missing. Now, where did they go? Were they treated the same? Were they later on treated as wage laborers? Were they treated, well, to what extent were they integrated into society? So I think life after abolition or life after this, the so-called the new form of enslavement that he holds, would certainly be important. And on page 5, Professor Kashum talks about uh, patronage dependencies and uh, Professor Jonathan Glassman and Felicitas Baker, as well as Claria Coretta, currently coordinating a book project on the politics of the slave past, talking about now the aftermath of slavery. So I was perhaps curious about these patronage dependencies, and these questions would certainly help Professor to think about his work. That how did they move out of this form of patronage dependence, and what strategies did they use to move out of, of this patronage dependence? Of course, where did they go? Did they move to distant villages to hide their shame? Did they go to distant villages to disguise the slave antecedent? Or were they integrated into the society? So I think analysis should go beyond talking about post-slavery or post-contract life as well. But I also do recommend further readings that we perhaps a time. Okay, thank you. So I also have recommendations for further readings. I'll share with him in due course. And um, well, I'm done. So I'll share with Clara the comments because she's not here. Thank you. Yes. Um, let's begin with the Professor Ale.
Um, Coming back in part to your comments about Previn, um, I'm reminded here that this is a highly Eurocentric discussion. What about Islamic law? How does the various and sundry elements of the different schools of Islamic tradition deal with these kinds of issues? And I'm struck by 2 points. Generally speaking, are we not focusing overwhelmingly on law as permanent when we really don't pay that much attention to what actually happens on the ground? Because you can have a law, right, which bans something, and yet people go ahead and do it anyway. And I mean, this is true in the modern era. You think in the terms of the United States, right? Until a short number of years ago, it was impossible for gay and lesbian people to get married. But is this to say they didn't have deep committed relationships? Quite to the contrary. The second brings us back to something we've never really talked about, and I think it needs to be part of the discussion. And this is the whole question of the extent to which enslaved people are aware of their rights. Because there is a small but compelling body of scholarship, especially coming out of Latin America, which demonstrates that these men and women, and of course, this is apparent in Fiseo's piece, right? That they're aware that they do have room within which to maneuver. And the big question is, do they conceptualize this in some manner as a right? And I mean, it's a difficult question, but it's an important one because it also brings us back to the question of, is a slave really someone who is, in the Pattersonian sense, a socially dead person? And I would argue that, in fact, of course, even though theoretically they may be in the eyes of the dominant system, this is not to say that they see themselves in the same kind of way. That this brings us back to the whole important question of slave agency. So maybe we need to bring this element into the discussion as well, because it's quite clear from the scholarship, especially in the early 19th century, and I see it even here in Mauritius in the late 18th, that these people are keenly aware of the fact they can and do have certain room to maneuver. The question is, do they see it as rights?
Thank you so much. Yes.
I'm trying not to give everybody the cold I've got. Uh, I have an embarrassing question or a difficult question for you, uh, Salvatore. What in the world possessed you and your colleagues to choose the Omani influence uh, as some kind of heritage site? And I'll tell you for two reasons. What Richard made about European sources. Quote, this famous quote was actually was on the first undergraduate history class exam I ever took in African history. Is from Hollingsworth. Hollingsworth is about as old and colonial and useless as you can get. And the point about architecture, which I think could be interesting, is the three buildings don't really show Omani influence. What they show is British architects, government architects, attempting to take Omani models to tell people there's never been any change. And I think you can go to the whole paper to see that. There's a lot of misinformation. Is there some pressure coming from all? It just seemed completely un, unrealistic to sort of take that particular, not the central route, but to take the Omani influence as a key thing, which seems to put it back in Kuplin's time in terms of not being focused on Africans. So sorry, but that's just what my response was to this.
Another question. Should you respond? No,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had two questions yesterday for Satchandra with regards to surnames that were given to the liberated slaves in Mauritius and the children. How did how did the government deal, well, the colonial power deal with liberated children? Were there institutions for them because there were lots of children among the liberated slaves? Thank you.
Thank you, Adil, for your question. The thing is that when you look at the registers, just like they, oh, sorry. My question is for our two colleagues from Tanzania, and my question follows the question by Nedal first. Where do you put Swahili culture into your project? Because Swahili culture is an African Islamic coastal culture, and Swahili culture appeared on the East African coast about 1,000 years before the settlement of the Busaridi Omani on the coast. And influence was very influential in the spread of trade and Islam in the interior. And this influence was not only Omani, it was, in a way, it was coastal. And this coastal culture was not only uh, something like Arabic, it was African, it was an African Islamic culture. And I do agree with Ned that the project tends to forget this local Islamic influence. Thank you.
If you have no answers, we will.
So, if I may, have my this is okay. So to answer your question, the registers at the MGI, they have, just like the Indian immigrants, they have one name. the name of the immigrant coming, or the British African, the name of the father, and there's one in, as I mentioned, has the village from Mozambique, which I have another project to map some of these 200. It's only the name. And when they came to Mauritius, many became uh, Christians, Anglicans. I'm still following them, the 200 that I mentioned, Muslims or Catholics. And then they took a name like Satala, was transferred from Mozambique, came to Seychelles, was transferred in 1969. He took the name Jean-Jacques, and he was given, he chose this name, actually. He was not given, he chose this name when he was baptized. Okay? Uh, we may interpret this in different ways, but that's one. So, secondly, for the children, around those around 15% of all the liberated Africans, 2,365 who were registered, around 350 were children, 15% higher than compared with the Indian immigrants, which was 10% total number. And there was the government orphans asylum, one of Vijaya's MA students had written on that. Many of the liberated African children were educated there, at Igilme, of course, educated, and also the Protestant missionaries, the London Missionary Society. You had the Protestants, the Anglicans. You had the Catholic Church. They also took part in this education process. So you had certain institutions set up 1830s, 40s, 50s. We had Révérend Lebrun, who was involved in it, and even at a certain time, Père Laval, who was involved in some type of proselytizing, taking care of. Of course, Vincent Wright, who wrote this magnificent book of his residency in Mauritius, which has a lot of information on it, and I'll send you the scanned version of it.
Thank you, Satyendra. I thank the speakers and Yanto. We need to really go on to our next session. Yeah,
Let me briefly respond.
very briefly.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much. It was, well, first of all, it's not an embarrassing question. It is a very productive question. Well, as we said yesterday, this is just a positive progress. And of course, your comments will really appreciate it, and I have also been taken on board. And we are just we just begin with a concept note. So what we presented just a concept note, and it's therefore subject to change. It's not final. But perhaps to emphasize, if you go to rural Tanzania, Western Tanzania, there is a village that is called Maskat. It's very Maskat, and the villagers are of Omani descent, and they still maintain relations with their relatives in Oman. So what I think we presented as I said is just a concept note, and it is not final. So your comments are really taken on board, and we'll see how best we can now improve it. Thank you so much.
Okay, can we respond
Thank
quickly
you.
to the other comments? Because I was given, I'll respond briefly to your comments on my paper. And so you're saying what, why is there no analysis of lives after? I mean, a basic point in my argument that there's no clear before and after. There's a sort of series of transmutations in forms of unfree labor between slavery and indentured labor and more modern forms of so that's the basic point. And as to Richard's context or point about slaves' awareness of rights, I mean, I was trying to describe also situations in which there's a transition from room for maneuver and entitlement to contractual rights or formal rights, and people then seeing these formal rights as restrictions and limitations of room of maneuver, if you like, by comparison to their earlier. And this is given expression then in revolts. So you have a slave revolt leading to abolition in 1848. And you have a wage laborers revolt in 1878 against the limitations involved in the contract they're given. And I mean, the visions behind those involves, I mean, there are speeches, there are court records, so there are actually voices of agents that can be analyzed. This is not something I've had
the opportunity to do in this paper, which I'm seeing as a future
Yeah.
agenda for research.
Thank you, Prabhan. I think we'll end this session. Thank you to the speakers. And we now invite Professor Reddy to chair and our new speakers for today. Session 10. Thank you. Sorry for and
Okay, yeah. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this session. Now we have five, five panelists for this session. The first one is by Paulo Coelho, talking about. Okay, okay. 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 The five papers, they deal mostly with the different legacies of slavery in different contexts and the complex relationship between history, memory, and agency. While, while the memory of slavery may linger in both tangible and intangible heritage in music, art, rituals, and values, history has served to uncover and to reactivate these memories. And these in different contexts. For example, we have seen that in certain cases, it's not only on the eastern coast of East Africa, but also in the interior. And we are also these papers also deal with identities and the role of institutions and agency to make claims for political change or citizenship in marginalized communities. Now, one comment which I have in general on these papers is that the word, the term, or the concept of slave is being used in all these papers. I'm not very comfortable with the term slave itself. So I was wondering whether there are different types of of, of labor, of let's say slave in the of slave labor in East Africa and in other parts. Because when we, for example, from the Mauritian context, when we think of slave, we tend to think of slave in the French period and all the legal system. Now, whether this kind of system existed in East Africa or in other parts of Africa. So this is one, whether we can come with other terms of labor which were used in the past and which can be used to define the type of system of labor in East Africa. The second thing is that I find is that the perception of the heritage of slavery they differ in different contexts. They are not the same, and it varies from community from group. So so it's very complex, very complex to look at the perception of slaves and heritage in different societies. So we want to know more about the different conception, the different perception, and the complexity of how ex-labor, ex-slave view their past. Now we have the first paper by Paulo Israel from the University of Cape Town, which talk about the Makonde, and Makonde, which is a pre-existing group in East Africa, and how it becomes also a, it developed a form of resistance to slavery from the coastal region, and how this identity of the Makonde as a resistance to slavery and to slavery becomes a very strong part of their identity. And this identity is expressed in different forms, in different heritage, in masks, in rituals, in dances, and how this all it, it developed, it evolved in colonial time. It evolved, it changed, it becomes more cosmopolitan. It also assimilate other people, other migrations, and how this group later from a subaltern and or from a subservient group becomes a privileged group in modern Tanzania. So this transformation is important to look at. So my question is how this group, which is a strong identity, which is at times cosmopolitan, but later in the 20th century, when it becomes a privileged political group, and yet we have problems of ethnic conflict in 21st and in the 20th and the 21st century. How how this happened? How this transformation happened from a subaltern group and a privilege to a privileged group, and yet while has been evolving, being cosmopolitan all the time, yet still lead to strife in the 20th and the 21st century. Then there's a second paper by Marie-Pierre Ballarin and Dr. Ukoko Asikoy, from the University of Al and National Museum of Kenya. And here the historiography employed in the Atlantic have been used. It started with Professor Harris in the 1970s, and they look at one group, the Simoni in Kenya, and how the complexity of the relationship within that group and how the perception of slavery differs. There was the individual and the collective, but also with the way the government is going to forge the concept or the heritage of slavery in that place. So a collaborative project by East African scholars, which have taken over from other scholars in the past, and also how autobiography and biography of ex-slaves are being instrumental for political change in Kenya. So we want to know more about the complexity between this individual, collective, and the uh, institutional development of heritage in East Africa, and also how they use that past to claim citizenship in Kenya. The other the other paper is on the Rastafarian by Julia Bonacci. Now, this is a paper on local, on the emergence of the Rastafarian group in Mauritius. Now, this is a group which is not very well known in Mauritius itself, but it is important to know how this, this group developed in the 1970s with ideas, from from other countries, from the Caribbean to create a Rastafarian group. But then the question is how and when did they make the Maroon become the center of their heritage? Because they live now in the natural environment in the district of Black River. And how, for example, the creation of Le Monde heritage itself, because the Monde heritage as a maroon, symbol, only developed in the 1990s when people from the University of Mauritius went and discovered a cave where the Maroons were hiding. So the Rastafarians existed before the development of Le Monde as a symbol of Maroon. So how and when the Maroon become integrated in the uh, uh, Rastafarian society, in the institutions, and how now this is being used to make claims of equality, of recognition and acceptance in Mauritian society. So the question is how this happened and at what time in particular did this take place. The other thing about the other paper is about Yantos Salvatore, and here he's using the concept of enlargement from Tony Ellis to look at how slavery developed from the coastal into the interior of East Africa. How the caravan routes, how porterage, which becomes an important element in the creation of, of those places, of places like Tabora, and how this later become a become with the help of university scholars became a tourist center, and how this heritage of slavery is being activated. So the question is whether this heritage can be perpetuated in Tapura, whether the people who are now uh, having the memory of their past, memory of their heritage, will continue to do so in the future in a world of modernity where changes are expected to happen. And and the last question, the last paper is by Stephen Kagu, who looks at Mauritius memory slavery, and the Creole identity. Now we know for the last maybe for the last 2 decades, the, the Creoles in Mauritius have been looking back at the heritage of slavery to foster a new identity. Now, this is also maybe very contingent. It depends on the political circumstances because in Mauritius, the Creole community, or a large part of it, is being considered as marginalized community, economic, social, cultural, and so there is an attempt to use the heritage to foster a Creole identity in Mauritius. And this has started by individual, by small groups of Creole, but also has been had the support of government, institution, and the state. And yet, still, there's a long way to go to foster, to consolidate that Creole identity. Because for some, this can be a very fragile and very elusive identity because it is always changing in the present context. So my question is that in the struggle for Creole identity, would, for example, a demand to insert Creole as a category in the Constitution of Mauritius? Because up to now, there are only 4 categories, and these 4 categories they do not reflect really the the, the mosaic of communities and cultures in Mauritius. So my question is, would a demand for Creole identity to be put in the constitution of Mauritius something worth looking into and worth asking for? So these are a few of the comments I have on the 4 or 5 papers. So I would like the bank to respond to the question, but also to have time to talk more on their papers because I may have skipped some of the nuance. My reading may have skipped some of the nuance presented in the paper. So
Thank you very much. Thank you for to be here to everyone. So I'm going to start with the first question about the concept of slavery. So in my paper, I mean, I'm not a scholar of slavery, and I've worked for now 20 some years in northern Mozambique, which is a place significantly marked by the history of slavery. So I come to these topics from a side view, in a way. But in my work, I draw from vernacular categories rather than kind of conceptual process. And I think there is quite a clear distinction that people make in northern Mozambique between the condition of being enslaved and the condition of being dominated, which is expressed by 2 different words. So there, among the Conde, you have Chagua or Chagua, which is slave and slavery, and which is demarcated by the sort of slavery that goes on until the beginning of the 20th century in the Roma River region. And then you have Utumwa, which I believe exists in Kiswahili too, which is being being dominated, which is then used to describe colonialism. And these 2 experiences are um, and people. So when I began to do my fieldwork in 2002, they were still. I mean, one finds it in song, but they were still kind of elders who would use "chagua slave" as a term of provocation in plaisanterie, so people kind of say your father was a slave, and that's between different lineages and different ethnic groups. Just to give an idea of the extent to which the experience of slavery is embedded in everyday exchanges. And the Makonde as a whole, up until um, the colonial period, used to refer to the lowlands
past the Maconde Plateau to Cunavachagua, the lands of the slaves, so that there was a clear kind of distinction mark in geography and in language between the plateau where people took refuge. And it's a kind of core argument I try to make um, in my paper is that the history of slavery had a core effect in the ethnogenesis of the people in Mozambique as a kind of a maroon group, not maroon, a kind of preemptive marronage. And the paper looks at that, and then, as you mentioned, looks at also the various ways in which uh, slavery is remembered, and the legacy of slavery in arts and literature liberation struggle. So now to come to your question, how does a marginalized political group become then privileged in a sense, and then what leads? I mean, people would know that now in the past 7 years there's been war in northern Mozambique, tragically marked. So it would be a long answer to this question, but to go very brief. As the paper explains, the Makonde originate possibly through migration of people from the region of Lake Nyasa, but when slavery becomes a major disruptive force in northern Mozambique, and I mean, obviously there is a link to the rise of the sugar economy in the Mascarene Islands, so from the late 18th century, the slavery reconfigures entirely the entities of this region, and the Makonde become a pole of attraction for people who try to escape the ravages of slavery by retreating to this very remote plateau. And so it gets reconfigured as a resistant identity or a maroon identity, etc. And this expresses itself also through kind of a horizontal social organization and cultivating the image of Wachenzi, of being kind of savages in inverted commas, so appropriating that image through the use of police clarifications, in Dona, eating ram meats, etc., etc. So when the slavery ends, when slavery ends in northern Mozambique at the beginning of the 20th century, the Makonde carry that image of being and that it appears in the archive in many ways, kind of inclusive, savages, Wachensi, etc. And they bring that to migrant labor in Tanganyika, where they occupy the lower echelon in the kind of civilizational ladder. And so there, though, the anti-colonial struggle now becomes an opportunity. So there's first missionary education, um, which becomes an opportunity to kind of, let's say, climb up the ladder in this war between Christianity and Islam that is played out in northern Mozambique. But then there is especially the opportunity afforded by the liberation struggle and by generally anti-colonial movements, where this position now becomes, in a way, an opportunity. And this happens first in Tanganyika, where the Conde um, create mutual help associations, which then become the, the seedbed of anti-colonial rebellion. And it's interesting that when they come back to Mozambique to kind of organize the first manifestations that will lead to independence. In the colonial archive, you find references to the fear of being enslaved again as the reason for them to come back. And so, through the liberation struggle and bringing this resistance ethos in the liberation struggle, and in 10 years of the liberation struggle, in a way, they managed to flip over entirely the narrative from being a subaltern, resistant, marginalized identity to being now the liberators of the country. And so accessing privileges still in a marginalized way, but I mean accessing privileges of the state now, war pensions, etc. And another minute. So when we get, and so those privileges continue throughout the post-colonial dispensation as the Macondo embrace the socialist revolution that gets pioneered by Frelimo. And so when we get now to the 21st century, with the jihadist insurgency that explodes in 2017, but with kind of tensions that were there since the 2007, 2008. Now, basically, the old tensions of the slave trade, this polarity between coast and hinterland uh, civilization, coastal civilization, and kind of hinterland civilization gets flipped over, and now there is almost a sense of revenge, and this is very evident in the documentation that on the current insurgency, in which there is a sense of now where the coastal people have been marginalized by the secular Marxist government, and now they seek.
Our second speaker is Marvin Alain, and he's going to talk about slavery before it was on.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm not alone. I have with my colleague from the National Museum of Kenya, but there's at Fort this museum in Mombasa, and the head of the audiovisual department there. And we have been working together for about 20 years in Mombasa. So thank you. Our paper actually, so I will try to be very short because is going to show you some images on where exactly we worked. At the end of the um, concerning your question on slave, actually they are not a slave in Kenya. There are multiple division of slave descendants, histories and trajectories, and this is not at all unified. So we can talk of slave or slavery in Kenya, but slaveries and many type of slaves. So at the end of the 60s, many studies were initiated on the East African coast and the Western Indian Ocean. We have been talked taught about that, and thanks to Professor Alpers as well on Monday. And they really renewed the thematic, methodological, and theoretical approaches, but they remain quite marginal compared to the immense bibliography on the Atlantic area. And this historiography was initially carried out by Anglo-Saxon researchers, but also led by East African historians. So we can mention Fred Morton, Robert Strayer, Joseph Harris, Margaret Strobel, and later on Dunsty Willis, but we have also Renison Gitige, scholars from Nairobi, and also Arnold Temu, who is a Tanzanian scholar, who really did a lot of work in the 60s, 70s in Kenya, and with two main topics. So the issue of economic foundation, but also the role of the Church Missionary Society in the abolition and how freed slaves and captives were taken care by themselves. But since the early 20s, many East African scholars address the thematic and research on the region, and they really intensified what our aînés, nos aînés ont fait. So it is how we have a great diversity of post-slavery situations arising from very different socioeconomic contexts in the Kenyan coast. So some collaborative project with African scholars came out, and I have to acknowledge the work done by Professor Benigna Zimba with Alpers and Alec Isaacman, who really carried out the project Slave Roots and Oral Tradition in Southeastern Africa, funded, I think, by UNESCO, if I am not wrong, and who really focused on the research done by East African scholars based in Kenya, Mozambique, Tanzania, Malawi. And so the Kenyan scholars started to work also on the Shimoni slavery, which is a very important site on the Kenyan coast. And so this work started with Herman Kiriama, who was at that time the director of the archaeology department. So we are in 23, 25, something like that. And his team at Fort Jesus Museum, Mombasa. And so they started to some interviews with descendants of freed slaves, and especially those taken care by the Church Missionary Society in two places, in Frerton, within Mombasa, and also in Rabai, a bit 30 kilometers from Mombasa. But they started to do also some research in Shimoni, archaeological and oral interviews with descendants of freed slaves who those one were really slaves of plantations. And the situation in their situation nowadays is not at all the same than descendants of freed slaves who were educated by the Church Missionary Societies and who had a role in the nation building all along the colonial history of Kenya, and then the people in the South Coast, Gashi, Shimoni, they are in very socio-economical critical situation. Then in we started all together with collaborative project led by Herman Kinyama and then after Professor Samuel Yanshoga from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa to do more research on the mechanism of affranchissement. I'm sorry, I'm just losing my word in English. And sorry, yeah, emancipation, and then the emancipation processes since the end of the 19th century up to now. So many things have been explored, so I don't want to go into the details too much. And then we have done several collective projects and with many papers. So I encourage you to read them, and I'm here also to discuss this with them. Just the issue of abolition and African abolitionist was also raised by Morton. So, and we also did that during our project. And of course, to finish, we had also autobiographies, which is very interesting because I will take this, how you are saying, it is really instrumental in terms of political issue, how the freed descendants of slaves use now their past to make claims for recognition and full citizenship. And so we worked a lot with descendants of people in Frertown, but there is also one of them who came from Rabai, is Joe Hamisi. He is a politician himself, a Kenyan one. But in the 2014, he started to write his own biography and the biography of his father, who was a brilliant, eminent politician during the Independence Day, and who played a role in the nation building at independence. But in the 2014 and 2016, his son, so Joe Hamisi, wrote two books. One is Dash Before Dusk, a slave and journey in freedom, and the other one is The Wretched Africans, a study of Rabbi and Frerton slave settlements. Really talk about this issue of social integration and the claims for access to land, resources, reconnections, these communities in the Kenyan histories. So I don't want to be too long, uh, but it is all about citizenship through a double stigma of slave descendants and ethnic otherness, and how they must deal with issues of discrimination, marginalization, injustice, and underrepresentation in contemporary Kenya. Okay, just who was involved.
So my name is Shkoyo Koko. We've been working with Dr. Maripie as from 2008 until now. So I'm going to give you a small presentation. I'll rush through it because of time. So bear with me if I'll be too fast. So National Museum of Kenya, that is where I work, and National Museum of Kenya, our mandate is is to manage the national heritage through innovative research, knowledge sharing, and entrepreneurship. And then we save all this information for posterity. So my work as a multimedia involves documentation. Then after documenting, what we do is that information we get, what we do with it is that we present this information to the public through exhibitions, and then we disseminate the same information on social media or in the new media. So part of my work also I've been involved in the nomination dossier of various sites on the UNESCO World Heritage List. That includes Lamu Old Town, the Sacred Mikenda Yakaya Forest, Jesus Mombasa, the Kenya system, and the latest one being the historic town and archaeological site of Gedi. Yeah, just to give you a context of where Kenya is Kenya, we are on the eastern side of Africa, and we have our neighbors. Yeah, that is Kenya. We have Uganda, we have Tanzania, and we have Ethiopia, and then we have Zambia, Mozambique. So along this and the coastal side of East Africa, from Somalia to Mozambique, this is where most of the archaeological sites and ruins are situated. So coming closer home, this is a map of Kenya, and it contains the sites and monuments and museums where for Jesus is around here. Then it goes all the way from Shanga. This is around the Lamu archipelago. Then we go all the way to Lake Victoria. Then the cradle of mankind is found within Kopikora. Next. Now coming on slavery in Kenya, and our now main work that we have been working through is uh, the slave routes. We have the inside caravan routes, and we have uh, the ports is along the Kenyan coast. So the inside caravan goes all the way to Uganda, and there's another route that comes all the way to Taita Taveta, joining the Tanzania caravan routes. So within this circuit, we have you've heard Dr. Maripia talk about Shimoni. Shimoni is on the southern part of we neighbor Tanzania. This is Shimoni, Manga, then Lunga Lunga. Then we have Gedi here, Malindi. Then we have Lamu. Mombasa is an island almost in the middle, where we'll get Fairtown, and we have Gasi. Dr. Maripia has talked about Gasi. Now coming very close now is the Lamu archipelago, from Kionga coming all the way to Shimon. Now this shows a better perspective. So the slavery sites is within Shimoni, then Gasi, then Mombasa. We have Fairtown in Mombasa. Then Takaungu is is around here. Then we have some sites in Kipini Witu. Then Lamu archipelago, Pate Island. So all along this total sites is where some of the ports that were being used to ferry out slaves to other parts of of the world through the Indian Ocean. So research has been done along the most of the researchers the clinical research has been done along the the coast of Kenya, and the following are some of the prominent scholars, archaeologists who have done research, clinical research that could help interpret uh, uh, some of these sites that we call the heritage sites on slavery in Kenya. So it includes Professor George Abungu. George Abungu is Director General of National Museum, but is retired now. He is in a private profession, but his works includes I mean he works with the UNESCO, ICROM, and even the AU. We have Professor Kusimba. He's also talked about the archaeology of slavery in Kenya. He's currently doing some investigation in Gedi and now World Heritage Sites. He's based in Florida, in South Florida, in USA. We have Professor Nyanchoga from the Catholic University. We've been working with him. He's done research on slavery in Gasi together with Dr. Maripie. We have Dr. Kiriyama. Kiriyama was head of archaeology at Ford, at the coastal archaeology in Mombasa, and some of his publications include The Legacy of Slavery in Kenya, and we have the slavery landscapes in Kenya. Now he is based in Kisii and Australia. We have Dr. Maripie. We've done some we have done so much research with her, and part of the publications that my works also features in discovering the coast of Kenya. This one includes also the slavery heritage sites in Kenya. We did all the way from Lamu all the way to Shimoni. This is Fort Jesus where we work. This is an archive photograph. So this is a channel to the old port or somewhere here. This then there was all these are coconut plantation. There's only a small old town, Mombasa old town around here. Yeah, around here, and it's believed that Fort Jesus might have been at one time used as a holding pen for slaves here to be shipped to Zanzibar. So this is another now a shot, the current shot of Fort Jesus. The old harbor was along this channel. Then now the new Kilindini harbor is now on this other side of Mombasa. So Mombasa is surrounded by water all through. That's why it's called Mombasa Island. So okay, now coming about the slavery sites in Kenya, we have the Kengaleni. This was the fair town uh, uh, that was established by Sir Battle Fair for the liberated the ships that were being that were taking slaves on the other part of the world when they were being intercepted in the Indian Ocean. They were brought to a safe place in Kenya called Fairtown. That's when that settlement was established in Kenya. So this bell, so these are just part of the heritage, the remains of the heritage that is remaining. This is in Gasi. It's a palace for the Mazurui. This is Money Caves. Money Caves was the holding pen for slaves to be taken to the other side of the world. At high tide, the water comes up to this level. So you can imagine what was happening to slaves when the tide was high. So during excavation, we found that there were these shackles that were being used to tie slaves before they are shipped to the other side of the world. This is the entrance to the slave cave. This is another view of the Shimoni. The caves are around here, uh, this forest, and the tunnels goes all the way to the sea. So you can see, after being held here, they could be taken out maybe at night, put onto the ship to the other side of the world. Then during the same research, we came up with a film on silent memories and an exhibition also on the same silent memories that contains about the slavery heritage in Kenya. Yeah, Dr. Vijaya, was our team leader in SlaveNet project, and some of the deliverables was to come up with a database on slavery trade and then come up with a digital map that we showed the other day. We have Jeshri. Jeshri, she's an archaeologist, and she gave her paper, I think yesterday, and we have Nadine. Uh, she is our digital also creator, and she's the one who has been feeding the databases and to the website. And we have Winfried, who has been training us on how to come up with the digital map. He's from University of Nantes. Next. Yeah, this is part of the team that we had. That's me. That is Dr. Stephanie, and we have Professor Junia from University of Lisbon. Next. Just now rush through. We have Professor Nyanto. From the University of Dar es Salaam, and we are working together on the slavery routes and caravan. Next. That's me when I was doing part of the research in most of the libraries in. Next. This is part of the research that I was doing in various countries. It includes the UK, it includes France, and also Portugal. Next. Just go on. Yes, yes. Yeah, all those. So these are part of the work that we have been doing, and some of the publications. This is our team from For Jesus that is working on the project. Now, this is the second last slide. This is when we are doing the discovery of Mongalo just a few weeks ago, and this is so this is what happens when this behind the scenes. Just play it, and then that's the end of it.
Thank you very much, Okoko.
Thank you very much.
All the acknowledgement and remerciements. I just want to add that Patrick Abungu, who was curator at the National Museum of Kenya, was part of all this project, and he is the one who opened the first slavery museum in Kenya, in Shimoni, and he was also part of the silent memory documentary. And just Victor Muka yesterday presented what he's doing in Western Kenya, which is really what we need now to go do more on the western part of Kenya and the interior.
Merci. Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour, ça va? Alors, ma présentation porte essentiellement sur les politiques mémorielles à l'île Maurice et avec 3 grands registres de mémoire qui coexistent en fonction des identifications ethniques et historiques. La mémoire de la colonisation-fondation, elle est portée par les Franco-Mauriciens et une partie de la population générale. La mémoire de l'esclavage, associée principalement à la communauté créole, elle rappelle la traite négrière et l'exploitation des esclaves africains. Elle constitue une revendication identitaire et politique pour les créoles. Et nous avons enfin la mémoire de l'engagisme, valorisée par la communauté indo-mauricienne. Elle célèbre l'arrivée des travailleurs indiens sous contrat après l'abolition de l'esclavage et leur contribution au développement économique du pays. Ces registres ne sont pas hermétiques et s'entrecroisent, mais ils fonctionnent comme des espaces de concurrence dans l'espace public, chacun cherchant à s'imposer comme la mémoire légitime de la nation. Par exemple, la mémoire de l'esclavage s'est longtemps heurtée à une double marginalisation. D'un côté, l'héritage colonial a favorisé une lecture édulcorée du passé, minimisant les violences subies par les esclavés et insistant sur une transition pacifique vers l'abolition. De l'autre, l'État postcolonial, dominé par les élites issues de l'engagisme indien, a mis en avant un récit national centré sur cette dernière histoire, laissant peu de place à la mémoire des esclaves. Ce passé esclavagiste a laissé des traumatismes transgénérationnels au sein de la communauté créole. La mémoire de l'esclavage est souvent vécue de manière douloureuse à travers des récits de souffrance, de déshumanisation et d'injustice. Cependant, ces dernières années a vu l'émergence de plusieurs initiatives visant à inscrire l'histoire de l'esclavage dans le paysage mémoriel national. La reconnaissance du monde Brabant en tant que site du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO en 2008 constitue une avancée significative dans cette direction. Ce site, longtemps perçu comme un simple élément de paysage naturel, a été réhabilité comme un lieu de mémoire marquant la résistance des esclaves en fuite qui y trouvaient refuge. Il incarne désormais un symbole fort de la lutte contre l'oppression et la quête de liberté des esclavés. Parallèlement, d'autres espaces commémoratifs ont vu le jour, tels que le bassin des esclaves, récemment classé site du patrimoine national. Ces sites jouent un rôle essentiel dans la reconnaissance des souffrances endurées par les esclavés et dans l'affirmation de leur contribution dans l'histoire de Maurice. Autre exemple, la reconnaissance du Sega mauricien comme patrimoine immatériel de l'UNESCO a permis de repositionner cet art comme un symbole de la résilience des esclavés et de leurs descendants. De nombreux artistes contemporains s'efforcent de préserver son authenticité en l'utilisant comme moyen d'expression, de revendication sociale. Un autre élément central de la politique mémorielle, c'est le Musée intercontinental de l'esclavage, dont la mise en place est encore en cours. Ce projet vise à créer un espace de réflexion, d'éducation et de dialogue autour de l'histoire de l'esclavage et de ses héritages contemporains. Malgré ces avancées, il reste beaucoup à faire pour que la mémoire de l'esclavage soit pleinement intégrée dans le récit national. L'enseignement de cette histoire dans le système éducatif demeure insuffisant et les politiques publiques en matière de préservation et de valorisation du patrimoine lié à l'esclavage restent fragmentaires. La question centrale demeure donc celle de la volonté politique et sociétale d'assumer pleinement cette part du passé et d'en faire un levier pour une meilleure cohésion sociale. Alors, parmi les autres mesures, nous avons des grandes figures du marronnage qui ont été réhabilitées comme symbole de résistance, incarnant une mémoire fondée sur la lutte et la résilience. Nous avons des initiatives culturelles qui ont émergé pour renforcer cette identité, notamment à travers la musique. Le ségué, fusion du séga et du reggae, est devenu un outil de revendication sociale, porté par des artistes comme Kaya. Nous avons aussi l'émergence de mouvements militants et associatifs qui plaident en faveur d'une meilleure reconnaissance des droits et de la place des créoles de la société mauricienne, telles que l'association Rastafari et l'African People Voices. Alors, que faut-il faire pour aller vers une justice mémorielle? Alors, pour avancer vers une société véritablement inclusive, il est impératif de décoloniser les pratiques mémorielles en donnant la parole aux descendants d'esclavés et en intégrant pleinement leur histoire dans le récit national. Il faudrait renforcer l'éducation et la sensibilisation, notamment en intégrant des contenus plus approfondis sur l'histoire de l'esclavage dans les manuels scolaires. Il faudrait favoriser les politiques de justice sociale afin de corriger les déséquilibres économiques et culturels hérités du passé. Et pour répondre à votre question, définitivement, l'inclusion du groupe ethnique créole dans la Constitution. Alors, l'avenir de cette mémoire dépendra de la capacité des institutions à adopter une approche plus inclusive et réparatrice, favorisant la reconnaissance historique et l'accès à des opportunités économiques et sociales pour les descendants d'esclavisés. Seule une telle démarche permettra de bâtir une nation où l'histoire de chacun est reconnue et valorisée, contribuant ainsi à une véritable réconciliation nationale. Merci.
Our next speaker is Dr. Salvatore Yanto, and the topic will be on enlargement of scale, heritage, slavery, and tourism along the caravan route in 19th century Tanzania.
I would like to use PowerPoint. Thank you so much. So, next. Okay. In 1887, Captain Jerome Baker described Tabora as a second Zanzibar without the sea. And again, in 1860, Richard Barton described Tabora as the great harbor, the great bandari, and the meeting place of merchants, but also the land of promise. Next. Now, these examples suggest the concept of enlargement of scale, which I have borrowed from John Iliffe, and of course, John Iliffe cautions that this concept, that the relations or the commercial contacts between communities in the interior and communities along the coast were not uniform. So some did respond positively and others did not. So he cautions this, but of course there is also a consensus that the commercial contacts between communities along the coast and those of the interior gave rise to trade, ideas, as well as culture. And the image that we see is a map that shows trade routes linking communities between the interior and those along the coast. Next. And this is also another image that shows sites of iron and salt production that were also among the items that were also traded. Next. Now, the development of commercial contacts between communities along the interior and those along the coast also inspired communities who are now living close to the central caravan route to engage in production in order to serve the passing caravans, but also residents of, towns along the caravan route. And this is the map of 1908 that shows farmlands being located close to where the caravan route passed. And this is of Tabora. Next. And the next image shows slaves of Siboko who are also now harvesting rice in 1860. Next. And the next image shows now people taking provisions to the passing caravans. And here we see men and women taking different provisions. We have chicken, we also have cereal, crops, and others. Next. In 2022, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, while she was preparing the documentary that is famous, The Royal Tour, she ordered that this central caravan route also be studied and recommendations be presented as also a means, as also one of the tourist destinations. So I was glad as a historian, I was appointed to lead the team, and we came up now identifying the evidence, the remaining evidence of the route as it is also seen from the map. Next. And this is the route that still exists, and people, residents call it as as barabara kuu, but they also call it that they also call it in Kiswahili as barabara ya Mjerumani. But this is the route that linked communities from the interior and those along the coast. It is also one of the villages. Next. And this is also another evidence of the route in another village. Next. And it is also the route as it is also seen from the Rift Valley. Next. Now, the commercial contacts between these communities in the interior and communities along the coast, also um, inspired Nyamwezi um, uh, to take part as caravan porters, and for them, uh, engaging in portraiture was also a means of becoming big men. And according to Professor Michel Moed, historian, now becoming big men, according to this Nyamwezi, who took part in portraiture, meant accumulation of wealth to establish oneself as an independent trader. But secondly, it meant the ability to marry, thirdly, to acquire livestock, and finally, to purchase slaves in order to work in one's own home. Now, many young men, especially Nyamwezi, aspired to go to the coast. And according to Bishop Edward Steer, who's also in Zanzibar, said that those who could not go to the coast were considered to be milk salts. But of course, in due course, many who made it to the coast in their return, they assumed different names. And some of them became the wealthy merchant class called Vandeva. But of course, others also gained what Michel Moy calls it as civic honor. And of course, many also assumed the names. They also assumed the names. And some of them would also be called names such as Nyanzila in Kiswahili, or in Kinyamwezi, or Mayila in Kinyamwezi, which means the one who constant makes one who makes long walk. But also others also assume the names from the coast, like Mwinyi, and also even others went to the extent of assuming names of Mwarabu. Next. Next. Now, although the commercial contacts between communities along the interior and those along the coast gave rise to these concepts, be it naming, be it honor, privilege, it also corresponded with the intensive elephant hunting. It also corresponded with intensive elephant hunting. And here we learn that Nyamwezi and Sungwa also expanded the horizon of hunting. And evidence shows that some of the Nyamwezi and Sungwa went even to the extent of the present day Lubumbashi, where they now changed their name, and currently they now identify themselves as the Yek. Next, next. Now, this is the image of the locally made rifles in Unyanyembe chiefdom. And because I'm not, in fact, an expert of gun making and the technology, as you can see, they are of different phases, and these were locally produced in order to meet the demands exerted during caravan portrait. Next, another aspect that I also explore is the question of Manyema identity. That these constant commercial contacts now gave rise to the Manyema, who originated from Eastern Congo and became the mobile group. And consequently, towns along the central caravan route, notably Ujiji, Tabora, Dodoma, Papua, Kondoa, and today Dar es Salaam, uh, assumed a distinct, distinctive feature of Manyema Mosque. So if you go today, it's no wonder you find that there is a mosque that is named as Manyema Mosque. Next. This is the image of a Manyema Mosque in Tabora. Next. And again, because of their mobility in Tabora, there is also a street that is named Manyema Street. And of course, the residents who live here are descendants of Manyema, and they still feel proud of their own identity. Next. Now, in, 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 in 1912, the construction of railway, now with the urbanization, and of course, new opportunities that were now introduced during the colonial period with the size of plantations and mining centers, these also now changed the aspirations of Nyamwezis becoming big men. And this also led to the decline in portrage, and consequently many now Nyamwezi migrated to size plantations, also migrated to the emerging urban centers as well as mines in order now to earn respect, and also in order to prove what Michel Moyd also calls masculine identity and masculine honor. Next. Now, as I said, in 2022, the president ordered that this route also be studied and recommendations also being submitted as also a means of promoting this trade, this route as a tourist destination. Now, because of this, we find that in addition to the president's initiatives, residents as well as the visitors have very often been visiting these uh, sites of slave sites in Western Tanzania. And among the sites that are very often visited, one is Kwihara in Tabora. Next. This is the site of Kwihara. Next. And as you can see, there are visitors who are visiting the site, getting information about Dr. Livingstone, getting information about slavery. Next. And these are the material evidence of the slave past that are also preserved in the temple. Next. The next site is the Dr. Livingstone Tembe in Ujiji, which has also attracted visitors in order to learn about the past. Next. And that is also the portrait of Dr. Of Stanley meeting Dr. Livingstone in November 10, 1871. Next. And that is the last image. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Salvatore. To Liana Bonacci, she will be talking about the safari.
Bonjour. De manière. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the organizers of this conference. It's lovely to learn so much in a few days. I want to acknowledge the presence of Rastafari representatives in Mauritius. Bonjour. Thank you, Prof, for your reading and presentation of my paper. I have heard your question about how and when Maroons have become a central heritage here in Mauritius. So I want to start by saying that historically, in the Jamaican Rastafari movement, the Maroon presence and heritage has always been very close to the both the practices and the discursive space of the Rastafari. Of course, um, I follow Ned Alper's advice not to impose whatever comes from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean. And of course, the historical situation of the Maroons in Jamaica is pretty different from that of Mauritius, as much as the Rastafari Jamaican movement, or the Jamaican Rastafari movement, is somehow different as well from what we can see here in Mauritius. But as often in the local communities that relate to a globalized Rastafari movement, the Rastafari in Mauritius are very anchored, um, very much grounded locally in their Mauritian languages, cultures, and identities. And they are as well active participants in the transnational circulation of ideas, reference, and identities that constitute today's Rastafari movement. And it is this double anchor, both very local and transnational, that becomes rather, and these are the words of Rosabelle Boswell, um, that become a vital mean of challenging state-inspired notions of culture and identity and make Rastafari here the most visible anti-establishment group among Creoles in Mauritius. End quote. Um, so this said, I'm going to take just a couple minutes because apart that this is a preliminary paper, we don't have much time. Um, what is interesting, though, is how Rastafari here in Mauritius plays a significant role in keeping its figure of the Maroon alive, in what we could call a form of contemporary Marronage. Um, in fact, some Rastafari here prize their life outside the system. They don't want a system job. They feed themselves mostly on what their gardens can produce, and they prioritize alternative spaces of sociability like their tabernacles. And they reject mainstream institutions, whether the Catholic Church or the state administration, etc. Furthermore, there is a dread aesthetics that is closely related to the figure of the Maroon. Rastafari here paint the figure of the Maroon as a black man, a bit less often a black woman, but a black man with dreadlocks that lives in a very remote and natural environment. And this dread aesthetic that is represented by the wearing of dreadlocks, which is um, which remain very despised here in Mauritius somehow. This dread aesthetics um, expresses the refusal of these values associated with what Rasta call Babylon system. And these dreadlocks came to personify the physical body of the Maroon. Um, there is, of course, one issue, but all this is very quick, yeah? um, that that is crystallized around the figure of the Maroon here is the issue of land, which is a very hot issue in Mauritius, right? Access to land is very complex, at least for some people, And there's numerous histories that still need to be recorded about unlawful land occupation by Rastafari, expulsions from their gardens and sacred spaces, destructions of their tabernacles, etc. And what I find interesting here is that a lot is crystallized around actually more than a couple sites. We can think of Le Mans, and a lot has been written about Le Mans becoming a heritage, UNESCO World Heritage. There is as well Chamarel, which where traces of Rastafari present is documented from the 1970s. But there are also other sites where historically Rastafari here had attempted to be present, but never for a very long time because of this um, pressure that is exercised against them. Um, and what is interesting in just a couple of words about these two sides, Le Morne and Chamarel, and what we can find not only through interviews and music and through the archives of the Association Socioculturelle Rastafari is the claim of Rastafari to a right to these specific sites, in particular because they identify not only as the descendants of the enslaved Africans, but as well as the real children of the Maroons, or today's contemporary Maroon. And you see, historically in the Rastafari movement, the major claim of Rastafari is a right to Africa, a right of return to the motherland. And this speaks about the dislocation imposed by the transatlantic slave trade. Here, while there is a claim to Africanity and to a recognition of Mauritius Africanity or African roots, the claim to the land is to the land in Mauritius. And this is one of these major, say, difference see, between this historical Rastafari movement in Jamaica and what we can see um, here. So not so much a claim to a remote continental motherland, but rather a claim to piece of land in their own country, which, I mean, a number of histories and litigation happen on issues of land and the Rastafari community, but they remain in a very fragile situation, both in terms of right and in terms of means. And so this Maroon figure, or this figure of the Maroon, um, is kept alive. I don't know how many of you were not at the celebration on February 1st, on the official side of the celebration in Le Mans. How many of you actually went to the march and the celebration in Trucheny? One? Yeah, a couple people. So you have seen, you have witnessed the tenacity with which the local Rastafari community actually prepares and holds this march for the last 25 years. They march from the village Le Mans to Cheny to honor the enslaved Africans and the Maroons that lived and survived in the region. Um, in turn, this dedication actually shapes and structures the Rastafari movement here. And that is quite an interesting dynamic where they keep the figure of the Maroon alive, and this very figure of the Maroon contributes to structuring the Rastafari movement here. And here in Mauritius, in a national setting where slavery, its role in the birth of Mauritian society and its legacies still evoke irreconcilable memory that Stefan mentioned earlier, rampant racism and uncomfortable discussions, the Rastafari make it clear, in a sense, present day Maroons represent a living tie with an ancestral Africa. And while Mauritius remains so hesitant to embrace its own African root, Rastafari defend the idea of Africa through the body of the Maroon by becoming today's Maroons. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it can take 10 minutes before.
Oh, thank you very much for a very interesting panel. I reduced my questions to only two people because of timing. And the first one is for Paulo Israel. I thought it's very, very interesting the vernacular descriptions of what slave could be or could not be. And I have a question in there. Since in this area it was quite common the kidnapping of women and having them as slaves, if there is a word for this kind of dominated somehow persons, if you have it. I mean, I know it's not an easy thing to know, but you know that Christian Jeffrey has described quite well this kind of process, and I know that yes, that Makonde also had this kind of practice. And I had a question also for Salvatore Nianto. This is a very little question, but it's about the word or Walunguana that you use, and it's again in the linguistic contextualization of these words, because as we know, Walunguana can mean different things along the coast, or had nuances. If you go to Brava town, for instance, um, a slave would never become a Walunguana. He may become rich, but he would be always freed of somebody, and which is not what you're saying. But and if you go to northern Mozambique in the 19th, in mid 19th century, Songo didn't mean white or rich, but meant a rich person who dressed like um, modernly with trousers.
Voilà, bonjour. Moi, je voudrais soulever une question un peu critique, mais je pense que c'est notre rôle également. Parce que au centre de la conférence ici actuellement à Maurice, comme des autres réunions que nous avons tenues, il y a cette notion de route. Ce que nous avons voulu faire quand nous avons lancé le concept de route, c'était certainement à la fois d'étudier des données historiques précises, géographiques, etc. Mais l'objectif, la finalité des routes, c'était la notion de dialogue interculturel. C'est-à-dire que ce que nous avons voulu faire quand ça a commencé il y a une trentaine d'années, c'était littéralement de répondre à la question des identités, comment elles se construisent, elles se transforment dans des dynamiques extrêmement complexes. Mais les deux notions qui étaient au cœur des routes, que moi j'aimerais rappeler pour la finalité de cet exercice, ce que nous avons voulu faire par la route, c'est trois concepts. Le concept de la route, c'est le mouvement, le déplacement des peuples, des cultures. Le deuxième, c'est la notion de connaissance réciproque. Et la troisième, c'est le concept d'interaction. C'est-à-dire, tous ces concepts pour répondre aux enjeux actuels des sociétés actuellement, ou actuellement, comme on le sait sur le plan politique, l'identité devient quelque chose, une bombe à retardement et un enfermement, une clôture. Et donc, nous avons pensé que l'histoire allait permettre de casser ces clôtures. Et donc, la notion de route était pour cela. Cela veut dire que peut-être, déjà, il y a ce qui manque, je vais terminer, c'est qu'il il va falloir que j'aille à culture. Il faut tirer un exercice comme celui-ci. Comment dans la zone de l'océan Indien, incroyable, l'Afrique, le Moyen-Orient, les interactions et les connaissances réciproques, les transformations peuvent répondre aux enjeux et aux problèmes actuels. Là. Ça veut dire qu'il ne s'agit pas seulement d'un exercice académique. L'académie est fondamentale comme base. Mais quelle est sa finalité dans le monde actuel? Donc, si il est possible dans les conclusions des prochaines démarches, littéralement de casser les clôtures disciplinaires et les études ponctuelles extrêmement importantes, mais revenir à cette notion pour répondre aux enjeux actuels. Et les deux concepts, c'est connaissance réciproque et interaction. Comment tous les mouvements de population et autres, dont l'esclavage et tout ça, ont promu ou créé ou problématisé la notion de connaissance réciproque entre les immenses populations et les interactions, le pluralisme des sociétés de l'océan Indien. Il faut y répondre. Et donc, voilà, je voulais poser ça parce que c'est absolument central, la finalité.
Thank you very much. My question is really directed at the presentation regarding the Rastafarians in Mauritius. As a Jamaican growing up in the kind of shadow, or I don't know, very very contemporaneous with the much of the history of the Rastafarians in Jamaica. Much of what you have to say about their exclusion, and you have said it. The parallels are quite extraordinary. What my question really is directed at is the fact that Jamaica today, okay, sees Rastafarian as its identity, as very embedded in its own identity. Um, uh, but of course, that was not always the case. And in fact, not that long it wasn't the case. The government of Jamaica just this year apologized for the enormous violence they unleashed on Rastafarians who had inhabited land. Rastafarians were alienated from our society. Just the very presence of hairstyles. You were not allowed to go to school when I'm going to school with that hairstyle. So the exclusion, but as Bob Marley, okay, and this is my question now. As Bob Marley becomes kind of one of the faces of the Rastafarian movement, and he gets enormous acceptance. So the reggae music and Bob Marley become, and Rastafarianism become entrenched with each other, sort of mutually. And as he gains popularity, again, Bob Marley himself was the subject of violence. Was not accepted within Jamaican society. But as he goes abroad and he's externally accepted, um, there's a switch, right, among the elites who had to this point alienated him and the movement and all of that, and suddenly you see this kind of embracement, not quite of the tenets of the music and the real core. In fact, in some ways, it's robbed the Rastafarian movement of its very important role as being on the fringes, reminding us of our Africanness. But Jamaica today is a different Jamaica because of that. Today, Jamaicans who have, I grew up with colorism. I grew up with being told that, you know, if I said I was African, it was the worst thing in the world, right? To now seeing a Jamaica that's much more understanding, embracing of its Africanness. And I do believe, Rob, that it had something to do with it. So that's my, thank you. Yes, I'm done. But it's a question of whether you see a parallel, and why has that halo not impacted here as well? Thank you.
I have a very, oh, sorry, I have a very quick question for Nianto. In your presentation, you portray the Manyema as a positive group. But if you go to Bagamoyo, Manyema were regarded as slaves from the far west. So I just wonder how you plan to deal with the fact that Manyema are not universally considered to be, movers and shakers who've made it their way up the ladder, but are still, at least last time I was doing work in Tanzania, people certainly in Bagamoyo didn't speak positively about Manyema. And there's actually a literature on that, as I'm sure you know.
Thank you. My question for Nianto. If I understand correctly, your paper, you are proposing to exploit the route for tourism. Is that correct? Yes. What are your concerns regarding the integrity of the history if it's exploited by tourism? I'm saying this because I look at the Mauritian tourism industry and how whitewashed our history is to make it palatable, because if it's too triggering, it might not be that appealing for the tourist case. So that's one of my question. My other question is to Stefan. I appreciate you talking about decolonizing institutions, and I would like you to tell me like what you think about how we can go about decolonizing academia to help the Creole community gain space and be centered, because that is not the reality right now. Last one question, maybe we can develop that at the plenary session. The question is for everyone. Why aren't more academic scholars at events like the Rastafari March for Le Monde? Because we cannot say we are working on subjects that touch slavery and not actually be in the community of the people living realities that are directly linked. So we only like working to stay among ourselves in the universities, why are we not going to the actual communities? Thank you.
Then you will be able to discuss more on during the break. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there was a.
Maybe I will be the last to talk. Okay. Maybe you will understand my English. You know, we have here the story of slavery, and I think that 75% we hear it, but we have story come from the slavery in Mauritius, those who we don't have in the archive. That is because before only the white people have write the story, and we have the oral one with the people in Mauritius, and I have not seen a lot of that here because all atrocity, all things that we suffer from this story, I have not seen a lot of them. And also, I want to tell you that for the who have talked about Rasta and Le Monde, we went to Le Monde because in our country, in Mauritius, we are losing our story. A lot of building that we call patrimoine, they destroy it. They remove a lot of name of the roads and some village also who is connected with those story of slavery. And until now in Mauritius, we still suffer. We still, because, the Rastafarian now, we represent the roots, African roots. of Mauritius because we lost our ancestral culture, religion, language, everything we lost. And now in Mauritius, the Rastafarian, we are here to Africanize those Mauritians who have lost our ancestral culture. And also, I would like to tell you that in Mauritius, and until now, you can see, we call it in French, play de l'esclavage. That you will see that if you go in all those cities in Mauritius, you will see how people are living now, those ancestral, those Creole people. The Creole people in Mauritius is those African people who come here and metis. And also that until now, if you see in Mauritius is an African country. If we want to have, like before, we need slave to work. Now, in this 2025, we go to India on the mountain of Nepal, yeah, in Nepal, to bring Indian here in Mauritius. But Africa is here. We will not take African here
So
because
sorry, we have to.
that's why we
So
still have this systematic,
we can exchange this when
Okay.
at tea time. Just 1 minute.
Thank you. For Crystal Bell, yes, it is true there is also a need to rewrite history, and it's also one of the recommendations that we made in some of the sites that we as historians also need to help these tour guides in writing, well, in preparing guidebooks for them to properly uh, narrate or to properly take care of the visitors. So it's one of the recommendations that that we made. And for Professor Alpas, yes, the history of the Manyema is very complex. I've only taken only one aspect. And Sherry Makadi, Professor Sherry Makadi had also written about the conflict of 1930s involving Arab Congo, the Manyema who consider themselves to be civilized, and the Tanganyika, whom they called them as slaves. So it's very complex, but I've taken only one aspect. And for Professor Francesca, the concept of waungwana needs to be contextualized. And here, the meaning, I have just only relied on the meanings that I got from Kinyamwezi texts to show how the Nyamwezi understood this concept as to mean the wealthy individual, to mean a civilized person, to mean a literate one, the one who could read and write, to mean a Christian, but also to mean a Nyamwezi who had also exposure to the coast, but also to mean a Nyamwezi who could speak well Kiswahili, and finally to mean uh, a Nyamwezi who had converted to Islam. So I have just contextualized this within the context of what the Nyamwezi understood in that context.
I think we have to thank all the panelists for the presentation, and we have to go for lunch, for tea time.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, so but you will have time to discuss with the during break. We have 10 minutes since we are 1 hour left. Okay, so 10 minutes break and then we come back. Thank you very much.
short space of time. So I'm just going to kick off with my comments. Let me get my glasses. Do we have everybody on Zoom? I guess that's the first thing. We do. Yeah, thank you. Let me just check. Have you checked that they can hear us? They're okay? Yeah.
Sandy Shell here, and I can hear you and I can see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. What about other participants? Samson? Can you hear me, Samson? Yep. Amanda? Yes, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to kick off. So I've had the pleasure of reading and commentating on these 4 very interesting and diverse papers. I'm going to apologize a bit to Samson because I got his paper a bit late and it's a little different thematically. I'm going to deal with his paper slightly separately. But the diversity of these papers, of course, does express the diversity of the experience of enslaved people and their descendants in the region. And that's an issue that has come up again and again. But I think there are a few connections I can make between these papers, both thematic and methodological. So first of all, methodology, and I'm talking here about biography, which is the theme of the panel, and group trajectories. I think the issue of biography in a very general sense has come up in so many papers that in some ways some of my comments here I think have been superseded by the conversations we've already had about reconstructing lives under slavery and the memory of slavery. Biography comes up in Lenny Hodges' paper on Felicity's freedom, in other papers on the panel of slaves and institutions, in Satyendra Bidham's paper, in Clara Boyer Rossell's paper, in Chaplin's paper, and so on. So accessing the voices of and lives of enslaved peoples and their individual experiences, I think feels to most of us compelling when we're working on this very troubling history, precisely because the state of slavery involved the erasure or the attempted erasure of individual and collective identities. And so when as historians of slavery, we are confronted with archival records of erasure and commodification, the bald catalogues and lists from ships to plantations to emancipation records. We know, as many people in this room have reminded us, that quantification is extremely important. But we also, I think, have the feeling that these records make us somehow complicit in the violence of erasure. So when we can access a real person through recorded words in a courtroom, or the narrative constructed through an intermediary like a missionary, or in the handed down family histories recorded by descendants, I think we feel an enormous relief. But of course, we should also approach these questions with some caution. Biography, particularly in the form of first-person narratives by formerly enslaved people, and this comes out in Sandra's paper, is a subject now of quite an extensive literature, perhaps more developed for the world of Atlantic slavery, but also increasingly for Eastern and Southern Africa and the whole Indian Ocean region. Amongst other questions scholars have asked are, how are especially 19th century slave narratives constructed? Who recorded them and in what context? What influence did the recorders have over the form that these histories took? And of course, what of the silences? Researchers today attempting to access the memories of enslaved people's experience from present-day descendants are faced with very similar questions. I don't want to go over and over these issues because I think we really have discussed them at some length already. But of course, we have to think about how these stories have been mediated in the passage of time and intervening experiences. And of course, the big question of the politics of history in whichever locale that one is conducting research. The history of slavery is always political, both locally and nationally. The question of narrative is also important here, and people have written about that. Why do we seek narratives in particular, rather than, what do we do with those fragments? And we know that narrative is not the only form of recoverable memory. And many papers and conferences have reminded us of this. And we should be aware that a narrative is a culturally specific, very particularly an autobiographical narrative, is a very culturally specific form. Finally, and this is signaled in the title of this paper, though individual experiences are compelling and important, slavery was also a collective experience, one that ruptured families but also created new families and kinship networks and sometimes new ethnicities, and this comes up in the papers. So I am going to very briefly comment on two separate themes that I think come out of these papers. One is passages. For many people, the lives created by the system of slavery were marked by multiple passages, ruptures, and transitions. And it's a reminder that although a lot of important attention has been paid to the Middle Passage in Atlantic history, there were many, many other kinds of passages. Traffic, in the literal sense, was often not one way. And the story told by Sandra Shell of the enslaved Oromo children from Ethiopia who found themselves in the hands of British missionaries, first in Aden and then in Lovedale in South Africa, would be extraordinary enough, but some of them were enabled to move back to Ethiopia, amongst them Hora Bulka, accompanied by his South African wife and children. Orphaned by the tragic deaths of both parents, the children found themselves retracing the steps of their father back to South Africa and the care of maternal grandparents. Though this is perhaps an unusual example, there are many other instances of multiple passages of enslaved people, both in one lifetime and across generations. Hora, like many others, began his life of cross-continental movement with a succession of escapes from his captors in Ethiopia. Across the region, we know that people enslaved in the so-called interior made their own escapes or were passed from one owner to another, pawned, sold, exchanged, mortgaged, sometimes ending up more or less assimilated in an owner's kin group, or sold to plantations on the coast and beyond. The movement from freedom to a state of slavery was often complex, as was the mirroring passage of emancipation, as so much recent work on post-emancipation reminds us. Passages both during and after slavery form one theme in Mahando Mikidadi's paper on southern Tanzania, and on my friend here, he tells me I can call him Dr. Lejim because I'm so useless at Malagasy names. Dr. Lejim, our friend, in his fascinating paper too, sorry, I've just lost my plot there. In Mikadati's paper, based primarily on the family history of a slave owner and their descendants, he recounts how enslaved people were brought to the slave reserve, as he calls it, at Mikindani, and divided between those who would be sold on to Zanzibar and those who would remain in the community as so-called domestic slaves, and some who were indeed allowed to go free. Slaves at Mikindani were exchanged between a group of big men, as in so many slave-owning societies, enslaved people mediated relationships between slave owners and helped to consolidate the identity of a group of slave owners. And this comes out very, very clearly in Migadadi's paper. Legal emancipation signals another set of transitions, some of them lasting generations. Most formerly enslaved people were too far from their original homes to attempt to return, and some didn't want to return. But their integration, so-called, into local society was sometimes a deeply ambivalent and halting process. The change in attitudes, which we are told in Tanzania only came about with independence under a socialist government in the 1960s, meant that it was no longer acceptable to refer to formerly enslaved peoples as slaves, and that their enslaved status was replaced by a form of fictive or real kinship. But there is perhaps an irony here, and I'll come back to irony, as this process also sometimes involved the erasure of the histories of these people. Dr. Jim's fascinating paper traces the different kinds of passages and trajectories experienced and pursued by former enslaved people of Makwa origin, and we know that's itself a complex term. I feel like we could have had a whole conference on Makwa after the ending of slavery in Madagascar. One passage took the form of integration, largely into Simiheti society, which was known for its egalitarian nature and which contrasted very sharply with the more centralized groups in Madagascar. They integrated, he writes, to the point that they lost their identity. And this process is recorded in folk songs. And intriguingly, and I'm very grateful to you for this, Dr. Jim, you say it is marked by irony. Other former enslaved people took a different route, establishing their own Makwa villages with distinct cultural traits. And this, as he makes clear, is also a process of invention, as much, if not more, than it was a process of recovery. With diverse origins, the new identity was a bricolage, a product of the shared experience of slavery, much more than it was of a distinct memory of origins. How am I doing for time? I think I'm now going to just gloss over my second theme because I think we are lacking in time. And my second theme was actually about marriage, kinship, and collective identity, which I think is another theme that comes up very strongly in all of these papers, but which I think we have talked about quite a bit. Let me just say something very briefly about Sampson's paper, because it's a very interesting paper. It's about the development of slavery in 19th century central Tanzania. And he makes a very important political point here, which is clearly a political issue in Tanzania now, as it has been for some time, which is that slavery was not solely a coastal phenomenon attributable to outsiders. And he tells this story through an examination of the construction of so-called Gogo ethnicity in central Tanzania. In fact, it was on one of the maps that Nyanto showed us. And this ethnicity, he argues, came about as a result of the slave trade and the impacts of the slave trade. It's another reminder of how complex roots are, and was a result of complex interactions at the turn of the 19th century between Swahili and Arab merchants and groups of Nyamwezi, Manyema, Hehe, that produced this new identity. And Samson follows through the history of this area and slavery in the area through in a very interesting account. Well, I have a few questions that I'll just signpost because there isn't time for me to explore them in detail. As I said, I didn't want to dwell on sources because we have this historian's kind of in talk about sources that could go on forever, but I mean, sources are very important in all these papers. And I do have some questions. I would like all the panelists to talk a little bit about their oral sources, because Sandy does discuss this, and Dr. Mikadadi does too, but it's not very full. And I would like you, Dr. Jim, to talk about songs as a form of evidence. Secondly, and this is maybe a question to everybody, is what I see as a theme around assimilation or integration versus the creation of distinct communities post-slavery, and the implications of this. And to go back to your term, irony, this is not often a word associated with the condition of enslavement or past enslavement. But Dr. Jim tells us that the songs he collected reflected ironically on the ambivalence, I guess, of the process of integration, which was simultaneously one of a degree of loss. We can get back to this. Finally, I'm just going to signal trauma because it is a big word. And it's used by Sandy very briefly towards the end of the paper. It's used by Samson in his paper, but I don't think anybody has really told us how they are theorizing that or thinking about it, or how we write about trauma when we think we've identified trauma. How do we do that? What does it mean? Is trauma in an absence rather than in the presence? There is a lot of interesting work on trauma, and I sort of feel you can't just drop it into a paper without telling us a bit more. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you very much. And I'm going to now turn to the paper givers to give a bit of a response, or if you want to add a bit more, or that you haven't, you feel I've kind of left out of your paper, which I'm sure is lots, please use this opportunity. But please, can you be very brief so we have time for discussion? So I think I'm going to turn to you first, Dr. Jim, and you can of course speak in French, and we will, yeah.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Excusez-moi, je m'exprime en français. Et les questions aussi, si c'est possible. Avant de commencer, j'aimerais d'abord adresser mes sincères remerciements à l'endroit des organisateurs de ces colloques, l'UNESCO et le gouvernement mauricien, et notamment à Madame Vijaya, de m'avoir invité pour la première fois à Maurice. Je suis honoré et très content d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je vais rester relativement bref, tout en restant relativement clair. L'histoire des Maquas est une histoire aussi particulière car chacun de ces groupes avait son propre parcours suivant aussi la position sociopolitique de leurs maîtres au moment où ils avaient débarqué dans leurs localités respectives. La libération constitue, elle aussi, un moment décisif à la fois pour les anciens maîtres que pour les esclaves eux-mêmes. Depuis de nombreuses années, les Maquas dans le pays de l'Andoun faisaient souvent l'objet des sujets de débat. Dans cette contribution, il sera question d'un groupe de Maquas dont les descendants se sont associés avec les autres groupes à travers le temps. Un élément ici de ces groupes Maquas de Mansar se confie et témoigne sur le parcours de sa propre famille. La vie des Maquas de Mansar jusqu'à la fin de l'esclavage. Pas de libération avant Gallieni. Dans l'histoire de la vie politique malgache, l'arrêt de la traite de la libération des esclaves a été pour la première fois prononcé à Manangareza, Tamatav, lors du premier voyage de Radam dans l'Est. Sous pression britannique, il faisait la déclaration solennelle dans ce sens en contrepartie de la reconnaissance anglaise de son pouvoir sur l'ensemble du territoire de la Grande Île. Mais malgré le caractère officiel de cette déclaration, et plus tard suivi par les insistances répétées de la reine dans les années 1840, la libération a été restée une lettre morte. Les gouverneurs installés dans les terres conquises n'avaient pas du tout appliqué la volonté du pouvoir central pour la libération des Masumbik, un nom pour désigner les esclaves d'origine africaine dans les archives royales. Endogamie. Dans la vie des Malgaches, sous le régime de l'esclavage, la mobilité a été très limitée et la possibilité de rencontres entre les personnes se faisait essentiellement à l'intérieur d'un groupe social. Ce qui suggère les membres de la noblesse se marient entre eux et les esclaves et aussi s'échangent à l'intérieur de ces groupes de subalternes. Même si on ne trouve pas visiblement la loi qui interdisait la création d'un couple entre deux individus des groupes sociaux différents dans le régime, une pratique presque ancestrale explique la rareté du mariage entre deux groupes différents. Dans l'Imirne royale, on l'appelle Niluvatimfind, ce qui signifie excusez-moi. Mais ce qui signifie qu'on ne partage pas les héritages avec l'autrui. Par cette pratique, les personnes dans le même groupe se marient souvent entre eux. Même les personnes de la même famille se marient après un rituel appelé à la fade ou à la loose, pour éviter que le bien familial se disperse entre les mains des autres personnes. Dans une autre partie de Madagascar, au sein d'une société traditionnellement pastorale, comme celle de la région d'Andruna de Mansar, il y a aussi l'équivalent de l'Uvatimfind concernant la gestion des troupeaux, considérés localement comme la richesse par excellence. La pratique s'appelle Timfindaval, ce qui signifie que les ébus ne changeront pas de pâturage. Il faut que cela reste d'une manière ou d'une autre sous le contrôle de la même famille. En réalité, les Makwa étant une propriété exclusive de leur maître, n'avaient pas beaucoup de possibilités de rencontrer quelqu'un en dehors des personnes sous contrôle de leur maître. Ce qui explique en partie le mariage entre les Makwa eux-mêmes pendant la période de l'esclavage. Les Makwa après la libération, ouverture aux autres groupes. Enfin, la libération décrétée par Gallieni avait été appliquée dans tous les territoires de Madagascar. Les esclaves ont été libérés, mais leur sort n'a pas été amélioré pour autant. Ils se sont dispersés dans la nature. Depuis cette libération, nous avons notamment remarqué deux parcours dans la vie des anciens esclaves. L'exogamie. Le premier parcours consiste à intégrer les différentes communautés des autochtones, notamment les Timiètes, mais aussi d'autres groupes venant des autres régions voisines. On y trouve des traces importantes des origines des Limirnes. Dans la région, ils ont été des propriétaires de centaines d'esclaves Makwa. Création des villages Makwa à l'exemple des Maroual. D'autres groupes de Makwa cherchaient des endroits encore plus libres pour essayer de commencer une nouvelle vie communautaire entre eux. C'est probablement le cas des habitants qui se concentrent dans le village de Maroual, situé une dizaine de kilomètres de Mansar, au sud de Mansar. Ceux qui ont intégré les autres communautés dans les pays avaient conclu des accords de non-agression, des fraternités d'amitié. Ces liens entre les autres peuples des Makwa sont scellés à l'aide de ce que les Malgaches dans cette partie appellent Amplorten. Désormais, on ne peut plus faire du mal aux Makwa. Reconstitution et commentaire de la généalogie des monnaies Arigoul et Kazambe. Deux Makwa. Yes. Deux Makwa donnent naissance aux six enfants Makwa, Mansar. Dans le récit familial, deux jeunes Makwa originaires d'Afrique se sont rencontrés aux alentours de l'année 1868 dans la propriété de leur maître. L'homme s'appelait Moni Argoul et la femme s'appelait Kazambe. Le couple Moni Argoul et Kazambe a eu 6 enfants. Dinas, homme, Befif, femme, Tuldazan, homme, Zavavbe, femme, Bemitaf, femme. Le couple Bemtaf, Makwa et Nzaha, originaire de Marmandia, a donné exactement 10 enfants après. Et cette communication, dans cette communication, il est question de parler l'une des petites filles de Moni Argoul et Kazambe, Tsarazand, née en 1932, décédée en 2015. Cette fille s'est ensuite mariée avec Navour et donne naissance à Tsarazara Beline, née en 1954. Cette dernière a donné naissance à 9 enfants qui commencent à perdre les traces de leurs ancêtres. Les 9 enfants sont James, Jenny, Jimmy, Hilarion, Nicolas, Nicia, Nozer, Nymphia. Yes. Yes. J'ai compris. Oui. Oui. Oui, je vais essayer de conclure. Cette communication est d'actualité dans le sens où elle réside dans une affirmation identitaire. Aujourd'hui, tous les peuples réclament leur vraie identité et cela aboutit souvent à l'ethnocentrisme. L'exemple concret est ce que Donald Trump est en train de faire avec American First. Toutefois, l'identité pose encore des problèmes, surtout avec ces modes globalisés et surtout créolisés si on emprunte les formules d'Edouard Glissant. Existe-t-il aujourd'hui des vrais Makwa, vrais Tandrou, vrais créoles? Glissant invite tout le monde à instaurer l'identité rhizome, car l'identité racine est un synonyme de l'isolement. Et cette communication nous amène à réfléchir à l'occasion de cette célébration de l'esclavage que dans certains coins du monde, l'intégration ne réussit toujours pas, mais cette fois-ci, nous témoignons une parfaite intégration qui réussit. À nos jours, les sciences sociales doivent trouver sa juste valeur pour régler certains conflits qui secouent l'humanité, car pour comprendre ce qu'est un sunnite ou un chiite ou un tutsu ou un hutu, par exemple, les sciences dures ne peuvent rien faire. Vive les sciences sociales réflexives.
Bravo. Now I'm going to turn to Mihano Mikidadi. Are you there, Dr. Mikidadi? Thank you. Would you like to please do try and keep it brief? I know it's difficult. Would you like to give us a few comments and maybe respond to some of my questions if you can? But I think people who read your paper will know that it's based on a very interesting set of interviews with the descendant of slave owners. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit about your field work, your oral interviews, and perhaps why you didn't interview any of the descendants of the people who had been enslaved in that community. Thank you. I think you're muted. I think you need to turn your button. Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, Dr. Mikidadi, we still can't hear you, so that's better, yeah. Can you turn your volume up as far as it will go? Carry on. Yeah, let's try. No, I think the connection is not very good. So what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to Dr. Shell and we'll start with her and then we'll come back to you. Hopefully your connection will be better. I think it's the connectivity, yeah? Or Yeah. Would you like to just try once more without the video? So just put yourself on audio.
Oh, am I clear now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Just about. Yeah.
No.
Hello. I think we're going to move on, Dr. Mikadadi. I'm really sorry, but the connection just seems to be very unstable. So we're going to move on to Dr. Shell, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sandy.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
This is called digital colonialism, isn't it? It's like so bad. It's really unfortunate. Yeah. Anyway, please go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you very much, Megan. And I want to thank, first of all, the organisers of the conference to make this Zoom facility available for those of us who desperately wanted to be with you and can't because of various circumstances. So thank you very much indeed. And thank you to you, Megan, for your analysis, your thoughts, your insights about our papers, and in particular on mine. And thank you for bringing out themes of, first of all, obviously, the format of biography, and also of trauma and irony. And the ironies were very, very strong in the life story of Hora Bulcher, on whom I worked. I just want, all I wanted to do very briefly is to explain a little bit about the way I got to this research. Because in my book, Children of Hope, which was published, 2018 or so, I used the methodology of prosopography, analyzing the shared experiences of a group of 64 enslaved Oromo children, as documented in their responses to a structured questionnaire administered by the missionaries at Sheikh Othman in Aden. And you mentioned that they were originally, the children were liberated and taken to Aden. But these little stories were important to me. I was analyzing them, as I say, through the methodology of prosopography, but I didn't want to lose sight of the humanity of each of those children, which I think is very important to remember. We tend to think in numbers and statistics and so on, and I use that in my methodology. But the children were actually brought to South Africa, to Lovedale Mission, for their health primarily and well-being, because they were suffering ill health, and a lot of them were dying in Yemen. And that was in 1890, and in 1909, 1/3 of them had already died in South Africa, and 1/3 decided that they had made their lives, they'd married, they had careers in South Africa, so they stayed. And 1/3, including Hora Bulcher, had repatriated to Ethiopia. And since then, I've been pursuing individual life stories for as many of the children for whom there is sufficient documentation, and they are amazingly well documented in South Africa and elsewhere. And several other life stories of these individual Oromo children I've had published already, and 2 more in press at the moment. But there was one entry in the Western Cape archives, and you talked about sources and how we are, historians are obsessed with sources. But it puzzled me and intrigued me because it read Immigration Papers, David Bulcher and his family. And I mean, Bulcher is not a common name in South Africa. It is common in the Oromo community, but it is not common in South Africa. So David Bulcher and his family, and I thought, what? And immigration, and this was in 1920. So it meant a new search was on. It was very exciting. And those papers were a total revelation of of an incredible family dynamic that was going on. They revealed that the children of Hill Corabucha were repatriated in 1920 back to South Africa. And further, I talk a lot about voluntary migrations and involuntary migrations. The involuntary migration of the 64 children in the first case was made with benign intent, to help the children survive. They couldn't be put back into Abyssinia, Ethiopia at that time because they would have been enslaved again immediately. So it was a non-malarial area. The Eastern Cape is a non-malarial area. So, but they were nonetheless, it wasn't involuntary. The children voluntarily say they wanted to come to South Africa. And then Corabucha took his own family back voluntarily in 1909. And then, ironically, through the various tragedies that befell the family, his children were migrated back. And this account of the enslavement and liberation of Corabucha is obviously unique to his own experiences and those of his family. That tells of, as I said, the involuntary migration. It tells of a young man who is desperate to be able to take his family home for him to Ethiopia. And when they sailed from Port Elizabeth on the 3rd of July in 1909, aboard the Crown Prince, this reverse journey of repatriation constituted a voluntary migration for Cora, Rebecca, and their small children, David, Hilda, and Wilfred. But it's also a tale of a sequence of ironies and tragedies that weave their way through the lives of the Bulcher children. The first tragedy struck when Hora was accidentally killed in Addis Ababa in 1912. He had he was in the construction industry and he had an accident. And his wife, Rebecca, was pregnant at the time. And so his fourth child was born posthumously. And the second came in 1918 because Ethiopia was not immune to the deadly impact of the Spanish influenza pandemic that swept the world in 1918-19. And Rebecca Bulcher was one of its victims in Addis Ababa. She died at the end of 1918, aged 37 years, leaving four small orphan children. Luckily, because when they made quite a splash, the children, when they were repatriated, not rehabilitated, repatriated by the Germans from Port Elizabeth to Addis Ababa in 1909, not by the British. The British had totally failed them. They'd promised and they broke their promise. But the Germans did take them back. But the Consul General of the British legation in Addis Ababa was very alert to their arrival in Addis Ababa and in fact took this family pretty much under their wing. And the Consul General then was Wilfred Gilbert Thesiger. And he was the principal actor in effecting a solution to providing for the permanent care of these orphan Bulcher children, because there they were, South African children, or part South African, part Oromo. And he put in a strong diplomatic appeal to Lord Buxton in South Africa, in the Cape. And he, having set the wheels of this procedure in motion, had to return permanently to England and died unexpectedly very shortly thereafter, aged only 48 years. But his plans materialized, and the Bulcher children found themselves echoing, again, as I use the word with bitter irony, their father's initial involuntary migration in 1890. And they docked in Port Elizabeth 30 years later in 1920. And because the life stories of enslaved persons were seldom recorded, there's no obvious way to judge if this pattern of intracontinental involuntary and voluntary migrations was unique. But what is clear is that once liberated, the lives of formerly enslaved people were undoubtedly more convoluted than we perhaps have even hitherto imagined, if we've imagined at all. And and in the case of the Butcher family, I think we need to look beyond the assumption of a general pattern to their particular experience to appreciate the full impact of the trauma suffered by these 4 young children. So it's the trauma not only of the enslavement, but of post-enslavement as well. They had been through life's middle pretty badly, and they were physically examined when they arrived in Port Elizabeth, and they were scarred. One child was blind in one eye. These were outward manifestations of the ill treatment they must have experienced between 1909 and 1920. They were the physical markers, but the profound psychological and emotional traumas behind these markers remain close to the prying eyes of historians at the present time. And it's probable that the hidden horrific details will remain unexplained forever. But that traumas happened cannot be denied. And as we know, these trauma can translate into a transgenerational legacy, as we know all too well in South Africa with our Cape slavery, and with the likelihood of an impact on perceptions of self-worth. Wounds such as these thrust deep into the intergenerational psyche. So I really do think also we have to remember the South African political situation. South Africa was already a racially divided country in 1920. And although the formalized legislated apartheid of 1948 had not yet kicked in, of course there was acute discrimination against people of color. And how did they feel coming back to that? I don't know that we can answer that. That is something that's beyond the historians, as I say, with prying eyes. But there was there's plenty more on the children, but I don't have the time now, and I haven't yet been able to explore and bring the history of the children up to date to see if there are currently people in Portston and Port Elizabeth who are descendants of horror, to find out what impact was they actually felt after this rather extraordinary experience. So I don't know if that helps to explain, but my research is ongoing. This is only the beginning, and I wanted to put the life story of Horrible Butcher out to you all, and to I suppose celebrate the humanity. So thank you very much. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Sandra. And it's unfortunate that you haven't been able to be here, because we have had quite a lot of discussion about children in the conference as a whole, and it's very interesting to have this very unusual but resonant story from you. So thank you so much. I'm going to go back to Dr. Mikadadi, and let's see if we can get a better connection. Are you there?
Hello?
Hello? Oh, that's better. We can hear you loud and clear. Would you like to give us your comments, please? You have about 10 minutes.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, my study is a research it's an ongoing research, and this paper is part of it. And this paper looks at migration, womanhood, and the building of slave community, particularly looking at the city, which is Mikindani, which is also located to northern Mozambique, and also the other coastal city of Kilwa, Mugao, and the Sudi, which are the central idea that I'm trying to communicate in this paper is that slavery existed in Kindani, and of course it existed as a result of those slavery. This paper raises it's the result of a series of interviews and discussions which I had with a woman called Bibi Zuri, which is also known as Fatma Mohammed Masaninga. And the quite interesting thing is that Bibi Zuri was a descendant. His paternal great great grandfather was a slave dealer, and also his maternal great great grandfather was a slave dealer. And so they are all immigrants who came to England. And so the history of slavery, which I'm going to present this, and of course, it's called Masaninga, migrant from Ruvuma, and which of course he came moved to Cuba in early 1800s. And of course, he engaged into slave dealing, and where he used to come to Mikindani, and of course, going to the interior to search for slaves, where he was transported them to Zanzibar. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. And now her maternal great grandfather, of course, was also an immigrant from the south, from Comoros. And of course, he moved in the 40s. He was also a slave dealer, and he engaged into slave dealing along with other big men in Kindani who were called the Mweni or Mwini, which sometimes can literally translate into Mwini in Swahili, which is, of course, a famous word. Yes. And now in Kindani there are several Mwenis, including Mwenye Mwanya and Mwenye Mwanya, Mwenye Masaninga, and along with other Mwenye, and Sumaili Napunda, Mwenye Sumaili Napunda, who of course were the Mwenye of Mikindani, and of course in the nearby towns there are other Mwenye. Of course in Mugao there was some, all these Mwenye close in terms of trade. They had a relationship in terms of marriage and the exchange of domestic slaves. The migration now touches the movement of people from Asia. Now we're speaking of the Arabs. Now in Ghana there was an Arab trader was called Nammeta Abdallah bin Rashid. So Abdallah bin Rashid was his real name, but he was sometimes known as Nammeta. Nammeta was a name given to him, which means someone who is ruthless and merciless. And that is to mean that was a name which, of course, resulted from his engagement into slave dealing. And this is and Nammeta was a financier of the trade, and he was someone who now was engaging into taking off, collecting slaves, buying slaves from other money. So the money collected slaves and sold them to Abdullah bin Rashid Nammeta. And so Nammeta was the one who now was responsible to shipping them to Zanzibar. And now there's something which is quite interesting here, that not all slaves who were brought to Mikindani were sold in Zanzibar. There were other slaves who were not sold to Zanzibar. And now in Mikindani there was an examination which you should now examine your health status, your height, and now if you are clear, you seem to be clear and fit to be a slave, now you have to be taken. And if you go to Mikindani Boma, there is a weight there that you should live, which amounts to 70 kilograms, which of course I tested it, and I said, well, if I had to be in those times, they would not be in life today. So I would have been sold as a slave. And so there were examinations. So what happened? There were two others was and others who seemed not to be fit for anything. They were left free to join the society or to return to their homes. And what was most difficult is that they could not make it back to their homes simply because most of them were taken far interior, which perhaps they could not even remember the route they were taken, or they were afraid perhaps they could be even enslaved again by the other slave dealers. And now this is what was really happening. And of course, the other thing is that these slaves, the selling of slaves was not constant. It was good. And now this was depending on the range of meetings. And the reading of slave was constant, but the selling was not constant. And now these slaves, when were raided and taken to whether Mikindani or Gao, and now we are now speaking of the experience of 1800s, not before, which of course we admit that slavery existed in our past, as the Papas in one of his books, of course. Now, when these slaves were taken, they were preserved into the homes of the money, and such preservation were kept at the house of the money. And when they were kept, they were not just staying idle; they were involved in other activities, which including farming, including escorting, and in most cases they were productive activities. And now this now made now the number of slaves to increase, and the number which now led to the the group of slaves from labor's routes. And now these slaves, of course, were also used for entertainment. Missouri, and so Manankul was a beautiful looking woman who was a woman of higher status, and she of course possessed the slaves, and she used them in various activities, including cooking, washing dishes, escort, and even sometimes for dances. And there were some dances. For example, there was a dance called Konjo Sikoti and Chikocha. And so this, when they were gathering, so she can summon a group of slaves who were capable to dance, and they perform dances just to entertain the masters. Now, this is what I really, happened in Ghana. And of course, now it came a time that slavery came to end. And now, when Bibizuri was born in 1950s, she was born in the house of a great grandmother, Manankulu, who of course had former slaves in her house, and these former slaves, according to the Missouri, is now of course brother and other names which now implies the shift of identity now from slaves to familyhood, now becoming family. And now as days goes on, now some of these slaves now moved away from Kibani to other parts in Interior to set for new beginnings. And this, I suppose, perhaps was because they wanted to escape the slavery identities and now to seek for new identities. But some, at least, stayed at the home of Mwanamkulu, and of course, they kept contact with Bibuzuri. And of course, that contact is still active today. And of course, there are three relatives who descended from slaves are still into contact with Bibuzuri. One of them is someone called Mabruki. Mabruki was a son of a Surya, who was a Surya of Bibuzuri's great grandfather, Sumaili Napunda. So he's a descendant of a Surya. And of course, Mabruki also has
Dr. Mikadadi, I'm sorry to I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but I think you'll have to just finish up now, and we'll have an opportunity to ask you questions hopefully at the end. And I'm going to move on to Samson Kibali for his paper. Thank you so much, and thank you for being so patient with the technology. Samson, can you hear us? Hello, Samson.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Would you like to make some comments about your paper, please, for 10 minutes?
Okay, thank you. So, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Samson Wile Kibale from Tanzania, and currently I am a student at the University of Dar es Salaam, pursuing Masters of Arts in History. So I am happy to present my paper on the development of slavery in 19th century Gogo, which is also part of my dissertation because I have done with postdoc part. So now I am in research phase. So this is progressive work in the research entitled "The Aftermath of Slavery in 20th century Gogo: Identity, Culture, and the Religion." The most important thing about methodological aspect of the work is that I have to involve both archival sources and field research, but I have not yet done with the field. So I have done with the examination of archival sources, but also in some point secondary sources. So that is all about the product of this paper on the development of slavery in 19th century Ugogo. I think I have started with an important landmark of 1960, where there was a conflict between 1960s post-Tanzania, that there was a conflict between Muslims and Christian regarding the government in favor of Christians. So Muslims were raising some discontent about the government, that government of Christian, since the ruling power was a Christian, but they had some plans to do a revolution, but this is not important. What is important? What is most important is that one of the Nyerere supporter raised an argument that a person, I will quote, a person who wants slavery should go to Zanzibar, into the part of Arab. He will be tended there. He will be tended to there. That is the quotation from James Brennan, is on politics and the limit of authority in mainland Tanzania. So this is what is important for us work today. And this question is suggested that the speaker has had some limited awareness regarding the context of slavery in mainland Tanzania. The metaphor of slavery as used by the speaker shows that he neglected the fact that mainland Tanzania, including Ugogo, was affected by slavery. I think this idea is also common among many people in mainland Tanzania, that they see that the legacy of slavery is the legacy of the people around the coast and not interior part of Tanzania. And this biases are sometimes reflected in scholarly work on slavery and its aftermath, where I found that the coastal part of mainland Tanzania and East Africa as a whole is given higher attention than the mainland Tanzania. But also, if you come to archival sources, you found that the volume of document concerning slavery and its aftermath in mainland Tanzania are less when compared to coastal part of Tanzania. This means that if we are not careful in our research, the legacy of slavery in mainland Tanzania would slowly disappear. So this paper is response to scholars like Felicitas Becker in 2023 raised idea about researching the aftermath of slavery in the mainland of West Africa, but also UNESCO 2006, which mentioned different centers of slavery found in mainland Tanzania, including Ugogo. So the paper, I can say that the paper has covered different issues. The first part looked at Ugogo land and its people. The second looked at development of slavery in Ugogo. The third one looked at the process of becoming a slave or a slave owner in the land of Ugogo and the making of ethnic diversity, situating the ethnic diversity in Ugogo as a product of slavery and as a product of slavery of 19th century. I will little talk about the background to Ugogo. This means the land, but also Wagogo. Wagogo are people found in Ugogo, a part of central, it's a central part of Tanzania. And I can say that the coverage of Ugogo is found in central part of Tanzania, and during German and British period, Ugogo included what is now Mpwapwa and Dodoma district in Dodoma region and Kilimatinde of Manyoni district in Singida region. The identity of Ugogo and Wagogo was shaped by slavery, so I have acknowledged that this identity could not exist without the 19th century slave and ivory trade. Traditions in Ugogo showed that the Nyamwezi caravan, when migrating to the coast for the activity in slave and ivory, they had a stopping point at Sigwe, West Central Ugogo. In this area, there was a camp there, and there were a lot of logs in Swahili known as gogo. But what is interesting that when this caravan traders, Nyamwezi caravan traders, turned back to their home, they were asked that where they spent the night, and their answer in Kinyamwezi was Gogo, meaning the log. And this marked the birth of Ugogo, meaning land, and Mgogo or Wagogo in a plural form, meaning its people. Let's talk a little bit about the development of slavery in Ugogo. Before 19th century, we know that there was only a single route leading south from Kirwa to the areas around Lake Nyasa. But the development of Zanzibar's prosperity created the opportunity for development of many routes in the interior of Tanzania. And the central route that passes through Ugogo from Ujiji to Bagamoyo became one of introduced routes pioneered by Nyamwezi traders. Before 1840s, he said that Nyamwezi and the Sumbwa caravan passed the area, but by 1840s, Swahili and Arab traders joined the interior trader in the use of this road through Ugogo. These processes influenced the development of slavery in Ugogo. So before 1873, the destination of many slaves, it was clear that were taken to the coast. Slaves who were taken from interior were sold to the coastal part, including Zanzibar. But this changed rapidly from 1873, 1874, where the destination of slaves became in the interior part of Tanzania, including in mainland Tanzania, including the land of Wagogo. And by this time, Ugogo was described as land importing region. It meant that they were importing many slaves during this time. And the changing pattern of this movement and the destination of slave trade was said to be influenced by international treaties aimed at abolishing slavery in 1873. After that, I wrote a little bit about becoming a slave or slave owner in the land of Ugogo. First, I have accepted.
Samson,
Yes.
I think we'd like to hear about that, but it will have to be very brief. So just to remind you, you're nearly at the end of your 10 minutes. So 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So becoming a slave or slave owner was influenced by diverse processes. And I have showed that slaves were imported from in Ugogo. Slaves in Ugogo, some were originating from outside Ugogo and others were the remnant of Ugogo society. So I have looked at various factors. First, I have looked at ivory trade in Ugogo. It was a place where ivory was obtained, and it said that Nyamwezi used 5 up to 6 slaves for a single task in Ugogo. Second, I have talked about the rule of political system. It changed in 19th century Ugogo that slaves were required as a tribute in the land of Wagogo. And I have the evidence shows that these caravans used to pay 2 up to 4 slaves as a tribute at each court chief that they passed. But also pressure from the need of industrial goods shows that many Wagogo started to sell their slaves, their children into slavery in order to attain these industrial goods like clothes. But also I've talked about the impact of famine, that slavery made as an important means to deal with famine in the land of Wagogo, particularly in 19th century where Wagogo suffered at least 9 killing famine. But also I have talked about the role of traditional beliefs. 19th century, it showed that most of people accused of witch were taken and sold into slavery. But also, the process of becoming a slave owner was much determined by wealth and political power. So most of slave owners were Swahili Arab, traditional ruler, and rich merchant. These processes and the development of slavery in the land of Ugogo influenced the making of ethnic diversity. And it became clear that Ugogo now was marked by the concentration of both interior tribes as far as Manyema people were transported to Ugogo, but also some Hehe were there, some Nyamwezi, Sagara, Kaguru, and alike intermarried and lived in close proximity. But also there were coastal people, Swahili trade and Arab trade, and I have some example here, including Said bin Omar and Said Majid bin Said. they settled in the area, marking the important point of ethnic diversity. That is all I can say about the
Samson,
paper.
I think
And
I'm going to stop you there, Samson. I'm very sorry. Thank you very much.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's an extremely interesting paper, and I hope that everybody reads it. So we've got, Vijaya has told me we've got 5 minutes for questions, and then we've got 2 minutes to Nyanto to do his presentation. And then we're going to have a group photo, which is what you've all been waiting for, I know, a group photo before lunch. Okay, so questions. Yes, please go ahead. Do we need do you want a microphone? Okay. No, but nobody else can hear.
L'endogamie au sein de la communauté Makua. Alors, ça, on le sait que cette approche a été toujours existé au sein de plusieurs ethnies malgaches. Et après, il y a eu un développement à partir du XVIe siècle vers le concept anthropologique de Fatija, cette fratrie à plaisanterie. Alors, qu'en est-il au sein des Makua par rapport aux autres ethnies? Merci.
Ah, oui, merci. Concernant l'endogamie, par exemple, c'était vraiment des mariages entre les groupes. Entre les groupes, pour ne pas s'exposer aux ennemis, quoi. Et Lévi-Strauss a beaucoup parlé de ces genres, de la parenté, dans son ouvrage Structure élémentaire de la parenté. Et alors, pour Lévi-Strauss, il est conseillé de se marier à juste distance. Parce que se marier, les mariages trop rapprochés, ça risque d'être incestueux. Et les mariages trop éloignés exposeraient les groupes peut-être aux ennemis. Et alors, au début, comme leur déplacement était sous contrôle de leur maître, le mariage était endogamie. Et juste après l'abolition de l'esclavage, et bien sûr, il s'était, comment dirais-je, élargi en exogamie au groupe Timiette, la raison pour laquelle aujourd'hui, les enfants de ces Makwa-là perdent de plus en plus leur origine Makwa. Et aujourd'hui, il y a le moment de réclamer l'identité. Tout le monde réclame l'identité. L'identité, c'est un problème anthropologique majeur, l'identité. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions, please? Yes. Yes, yes, sure.
I have a paper for Sandy, if she's with us. Yeah, so Sandy, this is a wonderful paper, and we can't wait to hear the sequel of it, how these people deal with post-20s South Africa. But could you, my question is there any, did you explore if there was any contact whatsoever between these descendants of liberated Africans from Ethiopia with other groups of descendants of prize Negroes and liberated Africans in the Cape or in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Preben. Hello, it's lovely to see you. Look, everything is ongoing with the research on Hora Butcher's descendants. And I've still to travel to Port Elizabeth and go to Causton and find the families and interview there. With regard to contact, now we're looking at the 20th century here, the 1920s. So the obviously the descendants of Cape slavery, slavery at the Cape, who came from into South Africa as slaves, which is where your field. I have no idea whether they had any contact at all with them, but I think they will have automatically, in some senses, because they were because of South Africa's political dispensation at the time. Corsten, for example, was specifically for so-called colored people. And the Oromo were consistently described as, in the census, they were described as Abyssinian in both the 1891 and the 1904 censuses. But in practice, in terms of the government classifications, they were defined as colored. So they would have been mixing very much. South Africa was such a divided society that they would have been cheek by jowl with a lot of the descendants of slaves, whether they knew it or not, because a lot of people are not aware of their background. But this is ongoing. It's very exciting in the sense of there's so much to discover. The amazing thing about the Oromo children is how incredibly documented and publicly documented. For example, when they landed in Port Elizabeth, they were in East London in 1890. The press was full of reports of this extraordinary event. They were there on the quayside in East London to view these 64 children as some, they were considered very exotic. And they were very well recorded by Lovedale missionaries, of course. And then the children themselves wrote letters explaining their circumstances. They wrote to Lovedale, and those are very important documents. I didn't say in my very brief presentation that in the 20 years that Oro was it 20? From 1890 to 1909, during that time, before he went back, he had a very active role in South Africa. He and 5 other Oromo young men signed up to serve in the South African War of 1899 to 1902 on the side of the British. And I say in my paper, I quote Leo Tolstoy, saying, well, I'll paraphrase it, but I can't find it right now, but saying what is it about war that we, oh yes, in every soul alike arose the question, for whom must I kill and be killed? And they were fighting a war that wasn't theirs, in a country that wasn't theirs, for a cause that wasn't theirs. And this, I think, was really extraordinary until you really sort of think about it and quantify it in economic terms. It was a very well paid, being transport drivers in during that war was a very highly paid position in comparison with what they would have earned as a bricklayer or a painter in Port Elizabeth.
Sorry, Sandy, I'm going to interrupt you because I want there to be an opportunity for anyone to ask questions to Dr. Mikadadi or Mr. Kabali. Okay, I don't think we do have any more. I'm really sorry. It's very rude, Sandy. I have to be rude. There's another way. I think we're going to bring this session to an end then, because we are running over again, and we do have some other things to do. Would you like to? I've been told that we have 2 minutes for Nyanto, so left over from yesterday or the day, but I'm losing. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the book presentation. Okay, Nyanto, do you want to take my seat?
No problem. Good afternoon. I'm only given 2 minutes, so unfortunately tomorrow I won't be able to participate in the book presentation. because we are leaving early in the morning tomorrow. And this is the book that I also wanted to present to you, my own book entitled Slave Emancipation, Christian Communities and Dissent in Post-Abolition Tanzania, starting from 1878 to 1978. The book was published by James Curry last year. And I begin my book with a prologue, which is a story of a descendant of two former slaves, one from Eastern DRC and the second from Central Tanzania, who got married in 1913. And this lady later on worked as personal secretary of the first president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, in the State House. So in this story, I explore society, gender, and Christianity in post-abolition Tanzania. And the first chapter is, of course, it introduces the book, talking about slave emancipation, Christian communities, and dissent in post-abolition Tanzania. And the second chapter is, the first chapter, substantive one, is about authority, adaptation, and dissent in 19th century Unyamwezi from 1840 to 1877. Chapter 2 is about slave emancipation, the beginnings of mission communities, and everyday life in missions from 1878 to 1914. Chapter 3 talks about is about translation as a form of dissent, looking at language, society, and Christianity in Unyamwezi from 1906 to 1920s. Chapter 4 is about catechists, women, and dissent in villages beyond Catholic missions, 1930s to 1950s. And chapter 5 is about teachers, women, and kinship networks in villages beyond Moravian and Swedish Free Missions, 1930 to 1950s. And chapter 6 is about Christians, the revival movement, and dissent in the Moravian missions and villages, 1950s and 1960s. Now, for today, I would also like to present this book to Professor Edward Alpers for only two reasons. One, he remains to be the founding members of our department of history of the University of Dar es Salaam, which was established in which was established in 1964. So we all know about Terence Ranger, who is no more. Walter Rodin came later on, but Terence Ranger, Edward Alpers, and the late Professor Andrew Roberts, who unfortunately passed away last year. So he remains the founding member. But second, he pioneered studies about slavery in the department. So he left in 1968, and then thereafter, Professor Abdul Sharif took interest. Now, Abdul Sharif retired in the 1990s, and the department currently has 25 faculty, but I'm the only one working on slavery. So this is really a tribute to Professor Edward Alpers. Professor, thank you so much for your inspiration. Oh, yeah. They want us to be here.
I was just a Kijana in those days. I was like 25 years old when I went out to Dar es Salaam. That's basically 60 years ago. And it was exciting because I had done like most people at SOAS, I'd done an archival dissertation. And it was interesting. My colleague who went out from SOAS was Walter Rodney. We were best friends. We were Richard Gray's first two students. Neither of us had set foot in Africa before. Dar es Salaam in the mid 60s was an unbelievable place. You know, ups and downs now, but it was so exciting and I learned so much. And I really learned to be a historian there. Terry Ranger pushed us all to write many things. We were revising the school syllabuses, writing things with the Historical Association of Tanzania. And it was just great to basically it taught me to write for a different audience in lots of ways. Writing a dissertation is a very limited kind of an experience. So suddenly we had to write for people who were, could read English, which was different than the people who actually read dissertations. So anyway, it was an exciting time. Our first son, who's now 58 years old, was born there in Dar es Salaam. And so it's a place that holds a special place in my heart, in the heart of my family. So thank you very much. This is really fantastic.
Let's hold it open for the
Yeah, yes.
And now, currently, I, together with Dr. Maximilian Chuhila, we are also currently editing a book entitled 6 Decades of Production of Historical Knowledge at Dar es Salaam in commemoration of the department. And we have also kindly asked Professor Alpers to contribute. But we also have contributions from Professor John Ailif, John Lonsdale, and other gurus who also taught in the history department.
Before you go, well, I think that was a very nice ending to this one. We all know how important the history department of the University of Dar es Salaam was. It was absolutely foundational to the study of all sorts of things, but including the history of the slave trade. I just want to make sure we thank our paper presenters because they had a bit of a hard time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for all your wonderful papers. Thank you. And thank you for your patience on Zoom. Thanks very much. We're not having, you'll be disappointed to hear, the group photo has been postponed because Miriam is not here. So you have time to, look a bit better before when is it going to happen? Do you know? There's a suggestion that we Photoshop Miriam, but I don't think we should do that. Okay, after lunch, the group photo. Thank you. 1 hour only for lunch. 1 hour only for lunch.
Hideaki, he said, I think you're up there.
Yes, you and I all sat
Yeah.
up.
No, I'm wondering, is this your desk? Is this your notebook?
Not mine. Neither of these are.
Yeah, you should move all of these
Yeah.
papers.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. This one.
Oui, ça va faire. Benigna also should be here.
Mais you will be on the table.
Non, je pense que tu devrais. Non, mais.
C'est important que tu sois là.
Ned, Sada,
Miriam, isn't it? Yeah. Right.
Jasmine.
Here, I'll move over.
Il y en a des deux tombés.
Benigna.
Non, je sais qui est là. Kleenex up here, there's all kinds.
Benigna.
Oh, no, no, je couldn't find it.
Hello, Professor. AIE.
Ouais. T'entends?
Not yours, right? It's not yours, not yours, not yours.
Je débarrasse.
You'll keep. Richie, du ministère, personne du ministère?
Open the Developed Africa. Hey, correct, ça va?
All right, boys and girls. This is the last session, and we've got till 4:30, and we are damn well going to finish at 4:30. So let me introduce those of us who are up here. I'm Ned Alpers. I'm from emeritus professor at UCLA, and
Myriam Cotia, je suis directrice de recherche au CNRS.
I'm a retired educationist and historian from Mauritius.
Benigna Zimba from Mozambique, retired associate professor and also administrator of a private publisher's house and member of the advisory board to the Mozambican government.
needing no introduction, Vijaya Tilak. And also we have Jasmine Toulouse, who is here, a special assistant to the Minister of Arts and Cultures. And we really, I mean, you know, we could say all of this, but the support for this, it's all been a little crazy. but the support for this has been wonderful, and we thank you and the ministry. So this is said to be plenary session, Slavery Studies in the Indian Ocean World, Problems, Prospects, and New Directions. I'm gonna I hadn't thought about how I was gonna do this, quite frankly, and I don't want to start off by saying anything in particular. What I'd rather do, if the other panelists agree, is throw open the floor to comments, suggestions, however you want to do it. And I'm going to hold anybody, it doesn't mean you can only make one intervention, but these are 5-minute interventions, and I'm going to time them because otherwise we'll just go on forever. I've been doing this too long to know that that won't happen. We all like to hear each other talk, especially hearing ourselves talk. So is that okay with you? Yeah, okay. So let's just throw the floor open. Anybody who wants to wade in? Richard, I'm really surprised.
After almost 50 years, right, in this racket, it's been gratifying to be here. But I want to come back to a point, in fact, that Ned raised in his opening speech, which, of course, this is supposed to be about the Western Indian Ocean. And as I've been listening to these many very good papers, right, I've been struck just how closely we've hewed to the East African shore or thereabouts. And this was especially true when we were talking about biography and related subjects to the questions of identity. And so some of you may know that I have ranted and raved about the tyranny of the particular on previous occasions, especially in terms of slavery studies, and by which I mean the tendency to focus on case studies where we really don't talk about the subject under consideration in much more fully developed local, regional, or global contexts. And I think this is something that we need to be doing much more consciously. And I say this not simply because it's in the interest of Indian Ocean studies and Indian Ocean slavery studies in particular, but it also bears very directly upon our relevance to the larger communities, to the larger world. Certainly in the United States, the humanities in general and history in particular is under attack as being irrelevant. And that reflects the fact that we cannot answer the simple question, why what we do is important. And that means context, context, context. And so I don't want to throw cold water on what we've accomplished here by any stretch of the imagination. It's been a pleasure working with Vijaya and helping to set the program and so forth and so on, and working with these other friends and colleagues. But I think that one of the things that we need to come away with from this conference is that future research must set out to deliberately expand upon the topic under consideration and situate it in these much more fully developed contexts. Because otherwise we end up with a puzzle in which we don't have all the pieces, and in fact, sometimes we never will. But the bottom line is that it is possible to make what we do much more meaningful, not just in terms of our ability to engage in the kind of scholarly discourse that we all engage in, but perhaps equally, if not more importantly, in the grand scheme of things, justifying to governments, to the public, to other institutions, including UNESCO, why what we do here is important. And I mean, this brings us back, of course, to the fact that some of the members of the panel up there have been actively trying to bring the Indian Ocean into the slave route project in a much more effective way than has been the case. And our ability to do so depends upon our ability to demonstrate why what we do here is significant. We're not talking about tens, we're not talking about hundreds, we're talking about millions of men, women, and children, not just simply from Africa, but from the Middle East, from South Asia, from Southeast Asia and even East Asia. And so I would say, let's give them their due by demonstrating not just simply to ourselves, but to others, why we need to attempt to reconstruct their lives and their history as fully as we possibly can, even with the limited resources and problematic resources that are oftentimes at our disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was less than 5 minutes. So what I suggest is that we first, if there are any responses to what Richard had to say, either elaborations or anybody wants to disagree, or just a comment on his comment, rather than sort of getting off and having 18 different things.
So we've been with Richard for 21 years, 20 years. He has brainwashed us academically. So I think it's very important when he talks, and if we have read his work, Claire Anderson, Vijayas and others, I think scholarship of the Indian Ocean and beyond is going towards regional history, world history, global context, global comparisons. We read his latest article for Youth Thinkers 50th anniversary, which Preben is here, which Preben mentioned. And I think this is the way to go, because he always tells us two things, what sticks in my mind. Here in Mauritius, we can do research that we can't do elsewhere. I mean, you can link up the archives, how do we show either with slavery, slave trade, indentured labor, that it is important, that it has its place in history, that it's not only what one historian called peripheral. I can't remember. Emmanuel Wallenstein said peripheral, which I don't believe. When we look at the richness of this history, I won't say sui generis, but is that we link up, we show what's happening in Mauritius, in Trinidad, Guyana, elsewhere in the former plantation world. Then we know exactly why our history is significant, where we fit in that grand scheme of things. And be it for slavery, convict labor, be it with indenture, Kangani, Maestri, all this is related to this century of migration, which is all interlinked if we take the Northropian approach, David Northrop's approach. And I think now more than ever, and I'm struggling with it as a not so young historian, but I'm struggling with it, but it has its rewards, and I think that this is the way to go so that we can explain to the next generation, which we often forget. And we were talking about this. One of the things that worries us in terms of academia is that, as JFK said, we're trying to pass the torch to the next generation. But when we're in touch with many parts of the world, we see that many of the older historians are passing. Even in Mauritius, it's happening. But we're not seeing the young ones emerging. So that two things happening, that in terms of different parts of the world, slave historians, I think our friend Salvatore, he said 25, he's the only one doing on slavery, and it struck me. And different places at UCT and NYU, where I was educated, many people are saying they're no longer doing 18th, 19th century, they're not working with manuscript. And this is something very concerning, because in the near future, in another generation, what will happen to these archives? Will people be interested? Will there be any person succeeding us? So I think it's interrelated what Richard is saying, and also how we prepare the next generation, get them interested through this academic scholarship approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add on to things that have been said already, not to disagree with anything. So has just been mentioned that to make what we're doing, or like that it has its place in history, and that's very true. But I think what would also help scholarship we're doing now, neo scholarship, to make it more relevant for the present. So thinking of how all these histories play into current geopolitical inequalities, racism, sexism, ableism, but also, which is very much still present, modern day forms of slavery and coercion.
You wanted to say something? Denise is exercising her authority of the front desk. But I'm also timing you.
One thing related to what Richard was saying, we have so many studies on slavery, slave trade,
I mean, for the last 40 years, starting with Ned's PhD in 1966, which is still valid today. But what worries me when I've been listening for the last 3 days, said 20 years ago. So that worries me. There's a whole generation that doesn't actually know that this has been done before. And that's really worrying for me.
Anyone want to pick this one up? Yes.
Thank you. Very small comment, and it's a question that I have to see how disciplines sometimes work very similar things but do different names. And for example, if this conference was slavery and material culture or slavery and textiles, we'd have a lot of art historians, architects with the architecture. And I think that's something to think, because I'm really curious how, because sometimes as an anthropologist with an art historian background, I go to different settings of conferences which use different words to center their research. And it makes me think, because I'm among mostly historians, there's not one art historian, for example, or I mean, we have you that you says the textiles, but material culture, for example, and something that you said also, because it helps us to connect where is the heritage, what heritage, and also help us kind to enter discussions about contemporary situations that really needs to be discussed. But instead of confronting them all in the political side, we can confront them with all this work that you and so many have been doing for such a long time in a very interdisciplinary way, and really try to have a hand on what is being decided and done today in all these countries.
That's a very good point. And I would say that in general, art historians stick to themselves. And also it's important to remember, especially for junior faculty or independent scholars in an even worse position, unless you're independently wealthy, is that it costs money to attend these things. And usually people get one trip a year. An art historian will go to whatever their national or art history thing is. In this case, because of UNESCO and the ministry and the universities, there was some fund, not for everybody, but there was some funding. So, so I think that's something that has to be considered when one is putting these kinds of things together, because otherwise people will just say, "I'd love to," but so yes.
So I wanted just to add, thank you, Pedro, to talk about the interdisciplinary. I think it's more important. If you see here in this room, it's just three of us, probably, Jeshri, Jan, and I, that we are archaeologists. It's not well represented. I think that archaeology has to work with history because we cannot. But historians does it work with archaeology? I think there should be more dialogues between the two disciplines. And yes, was just adding what he said. I think the interdisciplinary, the contextualization are, I think, the two main words that are very important to try to have a big picture, and also to see micro and micro stories together.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to all the organizers and yourselves for this very opportune conference. I say opportune because the different interventions that have been made just now and also earlier, and I pick a point that I think it was Dr. Jim was making this point at the very end of his presentation earlier today about the necessity of ensuring that the social sciences do not die out, the social sciences and the human sciences. Now, the reason I say this is that we are living at a very particular juncture where the whole world, including Mauritius and many of the islands within the Indian Ocean region, are going through severe economic crisis. And higher education itself is going through certain crises. And when higher education goes through a crisis, at least in Mauritius we know, and Vijaya knows, that it is the social sciences and the human sciences which get hit first. And as it gets hit first, all the debates that we are doing about ensuring that we leave a legacy for the younger generation and that we bring out younger scholars, etc., that in itself is inevitably going to die a natural death. So I don't know whether there is any possibility at this conference for us to raise this important point about what is happening in the higher educational world connected with the history and social sciences. I mean, as one would call it, history and social sciences are one. The other thing that I find is happening, which is also very worrying, I'm sure I will be within the limit of 5 minutes, is this question of okay, higher education, but we need to respond to the needs of the economy, the world economy and our own economies. And as we respond to the needs of the economy, faculties which are, it's the same point, but I'm just wanting to give an example. It's a point about the emphasis on economic growth and putting in so much money into business schools and economics and finance, because we need to make the economy grow. Yes, sure, we need to make the economy grow. The reason I put this point is because debates about inequality, poverty, which is my field of research, do not come out. And I think somebody just said it. How do we link up all this historical stuff to the contemporary societies, issues of identity, issues of poverty, issues of inequality and poverty, and how it is linked to the slave to slavery and to people of African descent and of slave descent within our societies? Because if we do not address these injustices, I think there is a huge problem which we do not get talk about, because the relationship between peace and injustices linked with slavery do not get talked enough. It just is being pushed under the carpet all the time. Thank you.
Yes, please go. Okay, can somebody pass that back? I have Christelle in the back, first of all, and then we'll get Dudu. Have her, and then we'll come down the.
Hi, thank you. Building on what we were talking about, the concerns of soon reaching a generation where there's no researchers on the subject. I think that I'm talking for Mauritius, okay? We could see even yesterday, and myself engaging with all the young researchers, and the last 5 years, Vijaya, you've been the person connecting all the young researchers, especially Creole researchers, together. There is a momentum among the younger community, like younger researchers, to tell our stories and to use our talents and skills and passion to help bring the voices of our people, past and present, to the front. So I think we should be able to find ways to leverage that, leverage on that momentum and passion. I'm speaking on my own name right now, but I've sort of observed there's somehow a generational gap as well, because the elder who we love and respect, of course, and thanks to your work, we got content, but there seem to be, in terms of approach and language, there's a whole different approach to how the younger researchers, we approach research and the language we use. And sometimes I think, like, if we do address that gap, we will encourage more and more of the younger generation to stay and not lose that motivation and not feel like we can't win. This is a space that is too strict and too, old-fashioned, because that's the reputation. We have to face it. Like simple things like using words like enslaved instead of slaves. I mean, it can seem like futile for some people, but more and more of the younger generation are from the concerned communities, and you're there, taking space and then hearing your elders or your mentors still using language that are triggering and dehumanizing. And in 2025, like, we can't say we don't know. It's discouraging, and you think, should I even be in that space? Do I belong? You know? So I think there is a generational gap in even in methodologies. We talked about Stefan. Unfortunately, didn't have time to answer my question, but talking about decolonial, how do we decolonize? You know, the research. And I think if we do move forward with a decolonial approach to work, we will encourage more and more younger people or people from the communities themselves, and we'll have more content as well, like legitimizing oral stories, you know, find ways to work and bridge gap between universities and community, because I'm big on that. Like there are, I went to Le Monde on the first, and I learned so much. And just observing and seeing how people do, like how they communicate, and their stories they're telling from that we don't hear when we stay just among ourselves. I think there are ways to move forward with that research, with engaging with the community as well. There's, yeah.
You know, just one thing. I have chap down here, but then we'll. One thing that's worth pointing out that you've all heard, Benigna has said this, Vijaya has said this, that there's been there's more than one generation. It's like at least two generations, and in a sense, our generation from the '60s, with a different politics and a different global politics, was doing this kind of stuff. But we're all, you know, I'm an old guy. I'll keep on doing this, but I'm not, I'm not, you know, I'm not in a position where I or others can do this. And what's happened is that it's in between where there isn't, because you're quite right. I mean, you know, actually, I'll just say something. UCLA has been very good. They've created, our history department has created all kinds of programs. They've got lots of money for it to reach out to Los Angeles. They're doing things with schools and things. It's been a big push in the University of California system in general. And that's really important, especially in the times that we live in. But I think this is obviously is an issue that's a local issue, and it's both national and a local one. We've heard it in terms of, so that's why I've been particularly encouraged by these young Kenyans and Tanzanians who are actually doing this. Somebody has popped up, you know, Nyanto has popped up and has got students now. So this is a critical moment, I think, to sort of to try and do something about that. But there's limits to, you know, it has one. We have to be, you know, you want to be keep your passion and be realistic about it. So, oops, that wasn't my time. But I'll try. Okay, so I have.
Ok, mais ok, merci de m'avoir donné le temps de parole. Je pense que effectivement il y a énormément de travail de recherche qui ont été faits, publiés, mais ça reste toujours largement dans les cercles de réflexion, mais pas dans le cercle de prise de décision. À titre d'exemple, bon, à Madagascar en particulier, par exemple, quand on continue toujours pour les événements grandioses internationaux, on fait toujours appel à des chanteurs et danseurs traditionnels pour montrer le vrai visage du pays. Et je pense que c'est partout qu'on fait ça. Et les grands établissements internationaux comme les grands hôtels utilisent tout, je dis bien utilisent toujours nos artistes. Mais quand il fait appel à des artistes qu'on qualifie de modernes, avec des variétés internationales, vous savez, on paye des millions pour les chanteurs de variété alors qu'on dit merci avec une maudite somme pour les chanteurs traditionnels ou danseurs traditionnels. Ça, c'est une manière de continuer l'esclavage de nos jours. Et donc, tant qu'on laisse les chanteurs traditionnels qui sont généralement issus de groupes des anciens esclaves, descendants des esclaves, quand on continue toujours de ne pas payer au même titre que les autres, ils vont rester pauvres et ils continuent d'être pauvres et mendiants. Et donc, c'est une responsabilité à nous tous. Il faut que dans tout le pays concerné, on paye les chanteurs, les danseurs traditionnels au même titre que les chanteurs des variétés internationales. Comme ça, on contribue à nous de réussir la vie, respecter ces gens-là. Merci.
Moi, je suis obsédé par ce que Richard Allen a dit tout à l'heure. Le contexte, le contexte, le contexte. C'est-à-dire que moi, Myriam a contribué en vidéo à la Havane, là, il y a un mois, grande conférence. Il y a quelque temps, un peu à Barcelone, ça continue. Il y a un immense cimetière de recommandations. Le cimetière de recommandations, il est énorme. Ils sont là, ils sont oubliés. Et donc, pour revenir à la notion de contexte, il y a des enjeux actuellement extrêmement qui sont des time bombs, qui sont des concepts manipulés par les forces politiques, notamment d'extrême droite, qui sont en train de déchirer les pays, les concepts d'identité et les concepts de héritage, etc. Et donc, 2 suggestions pour les recommandations. La première, c'est très important parce que nous avons lancé la route de l'esclave. Mais dans la construction moderne du racisme, on a voulu lier esclavage à noir ou africain. Or, l'esclavage est universel. Donc, il est capital de rappeler dans les recommandations que l'esclavage est universel et refuser l'enfermement de l'Africain et du Noir sur l'esclavage. Non, les Africains ne sont pas des victimes tutélaires. Donc, rappeler la dimension universelle de l'esclavage. Et ensuite, la dimension absolument tragique de ces 4 siècles d'esclavage transatlantique. Maintenant, ma recommandation, c'est la suivante, c'est que l'océan Indien est un laboratoire immense, historiquement. Mais l'histoire a transformé l'océan Indien en un processus de multiculturalisation inégal, non démocratique, non interactive et tensionnelle, où l'identité est tensionnelle, reste tensionnelle. Cette tension monte ou descend selon les moments historiques. Donc, recommandation simple, il faudrait que des colloques comme celui-là et ce qui va suivre permettent de promouvoir ou d'accompagner une multiculturalisation démocratique, interactive et égale. Voilà. Il faut que ce colloque permette cela.
Je peux? D'accord, merci. Alors, ma réflexion, je voudrais apporter ma petite réflexion autour de ce travail comme recommandation, parce que force est de constater qu'il y a des chercheurs en herbe qui essaient tant bien que mal d'écrire, mais une des plus grandes questions réside dans le cadre de l'édition. Comment éditer? Parce que le prix est cher. Donc, comment faire pour que, une fois écrire, ça ne reste pas dans le cadre de manuscrits sans trouver une maison d'édition qui est acceptable. Quand je dis acceptable, c'est-à-dire abordable en termes de prix. Voilà ma préoccupation, qu'il fallait que nous pensions tout le monde. Tout à l'heure, docteur Niantou nous a montré son livre et comment cela a été édité, quelle procédure, quel process pour pouvoir enfin arriver à l'édition pour publier un ouvrage. Merci beaucoup.
Oui. Alors, on a bien entendu ces 3 jours-là, de l'esclavage, ce qui s'est passé, ben, on doit profiter pour savoir que les esclaves, les Africains qui étaient en Afrique, on vivait tranquillement dans nos tribus, en harmonie avec les animaux et la nature. Quand les Occidentaux ont commencé à entrer en Afrique, et là, ça est devenu comme une sorte d'économie, les esclaves. Et à partir de ce moment-là, nous les Africains, nous, nous vivons dans une espèce de système naturel avec les animaux, avec la nature. Ben, quand on nous a fait devenir des esclaves, là, ils ont pris notre culture, nos langages, tout ce que nous avons. Hein. Et aujourd'hui, en 2005, nous disons, ben, pourquoi il était comme ça, ces gens-là, ces gens qui nous frappaient, parce que nous étions des esclaves. Les esclavagistes, eux, les Français, les Anglais, les Européens, les Américains, est-ce qu'ils étaient des humains pour nous traiter comme ça? Je ne sais pas si vous allez concentrer là-dessus, parce que pour nous, c'est Babylone. Pour pouvoir traiter des gens comme des chiens, comme des animaux. Hein. Aussi, quand on voit aujourd'hui tous ces pays qui ont fait des Africains des esclaves, ils sont riches. Il y en a des milliers d'esclaves qui sont allés en Amérique pour planter les cotons, pour faire des Blancs américains de devenir riches, comme dans plusieurs pays. Mais on se dit que, bon, après que nous avons reçu et compris l'histoire des esclaves, mais ces colons, qui étaient ces gens-là? Étaient-ils des hommes? Étaient-ils des gens où il y a des cerveaux pour comprendre c'est quoi la paix, l'amour, la joie sur cette terre? On va finir là-dessus.
Bonjour. Non, désolé. Allez, bye, merci. Ok, it's fine. Ok. Moi, c'était pour rebondir en fait sur l'aspect d'être pluridisciplinaire. Par exemple, je suis une étudiante d'humanité digitale en fait, et je fais une maîtrise dedans. Et en fait, quand on parle en fait de la pérennité de l'histoire, il faut aussi se dire que ça reste pas dans les sciences humaines et sociales, ça va aussi dans les technologies et la communication. Et par exemple, mon mémoire se focalise sur le numérique dans la valorisation et la valorisation du patrimoine des individus réduits en esclavage. Ainsi, j'incorpore l'histoire et les numériques. Donc, il y a un travail à faire, pas seulement dans notre domaine, mais avec les autres domaines où on peut aborder les sujets, comment on peut digitaliser les archives, qui se fait déjà, mais il y a un très gros travail à se faire, notamment à Maurice, parce que beaucoup d'étrangers viennent au pays pour consulter nos archives et ils voient très bien l'état dans lequel ces archives sont conservées. Il y a un travail à faire qui reste non pas seulement dans ce domaine, mais qui va au-delà de ça. Et je pense que même Myriam Kotia, vous avez travaillé sur un papier, un gros dossier, c'est inscrire l'esclavage dans les humanités numériques. Et par rapport à ça, on voit en fait qu'il y a un travail avec tous les domaines pour pouvoir garder et sauvegarder notre patrimoine et surtout celui de l'esclavage que maintenant on voit qu'il prend un peu plus d'ampleur et qu'il faut en fait valoriser. Merci. Ça fait longtemps qu'il attend. Oui, je sais.
Thank you so much. First of all, I really commend the organizers of this conference. It's also been very productive. Okay, it's also been very productive and intellectually enriching. So to begin with Vijaya's observation that she has observed and come to the conclusion that what you have, well, the majority of the presentations have, in a way, been, if I may use the term, regurgitating what has also been written, but also what has also been said. I think the reason behind this is that we historians, it now has to do with the methodology that we use, that we rely. So we very often find ourselves relying on oral sources and and the archives. We don't even go beyond beyond other sources to dig deeper into the history of slavery. So I find this to be a challenge, and this, of course, for students as well as junior faculty should also think about other sources that we could use to enrich our understanding on, on the subject matter. For instance, I myself, I did a bachelor degree in history and archaeology. And for my master's degree, I did a master's degree in history, and I took archaeology as minor. And I did that purposefully in order to understand more and in order to at least to go beyond the sources we have in fact been using. So I think this should in fact be taken as a challenge to students, but also, to us we historians, if at all you want to go beyond and come up with of course new information about the subject matter. But secondly, our colleagues have also rightly pointed out about archaeology. Archaeology would definitely be an important intervention for us to know more about the Indian Ocean, about oceanic connections, but also to know more about slavery, and very specifically historical archaeology. So we have historical archaeology is the new discipline that has of course gained momentum. We have archaeologists who are also using historical archaeology as an analytic category to study about slavery, to study about the 19th century caravan trade, but other archaeologists also use the so-called zooarchaeological perspective, trying to understand the past. So I think archaeology would, in fact, be an important avenue, but also historical linguistics. How often do we use texts? Do we use language to understand these continuities and change of slavery, slave trade, but also post-slavery experiences of these communities? Thirdly, sources. Now, very often we tend to use sources written in English, sources written in Portuguese, sources written in French language, and rarely do we use Arabic sources. And this really presents a more formidable challenge, and in such a way that I think if I may ask, here, how many of us are really cognizant of the Arabic language, and how many of us have by the way consulted these Arabic sources? Can we please raise up our hands for those who have? We have one, two Arabic sources. Yes. So we have only two of us. So which suggests that there are really avenues that there are in fact information that we don't know. And I think had we taken trouble, or had we learned that language, then I think we would have been in a better position to explore more opportunities, more avenues. So this is really a challenge, and I think we also need to think about this one. But secondly, indigenous language or indigenous languages. So we tend to think about these major languages, and we often forget. We forget now indigenous language. So I think these are or they also have a lot to speak. But may I please finish? Okay.
Okay, thank you again. And I didn't have the opportunity to properly say thank you. I'm in front of one of my parents and to one of my sisters, and but I really must say thank you so much. My point actually goes a little bit to what Salvatore has said, to what the Professor Sheila has said, and also indirectly what Professor Richard Allen has said. I wanted to raise a point about politics of research and decision making, taking the example of maritime archaeology. We talked yesterday about maritime archaeology, and using my position as advisor to the Mozambique's government, I would like to say that it is up to us to convince our governments to accept our agendas in a way that we can do research, we can strengthen the politics of higher education, but without raising too much suspicion. For example, if you want to do maritime research, archaeology in Mozambique now, you will not be allowed to do. There are issues of your safety as researcher, and there are issues of the state security. You cannot, they will not allow you to go to the sea. They will not allow you to go and to see the monsoons that come at Mozambique Island every 5 or 10 years. They will not allow you. And there are a lot of economic interests that are hidden behind, some research. And if we don't put an agenda through the right ways, like UNESCO, for instance, or other international bodies which are really, they can speak out and they can, really convince our African governments all around the eastern coast, you will not be allowed to do maritime archaeology. They will ask you, what are you going to do here? That Malala Tete? What's your point here? Who are you working for? So many questions which are not easy to answer. We will say, okay, this is history, slavery. They will say, you just go out and take a trip and, I'm not using the proper words that we usually hear. And so it's really my appeal. It's up to us to put an agenda to convince the governments, to convince and to make them understand. Like in some parts of the continent, you cannot do tourism related to issues of slavery, slave trade. You cannot go in there for many reasons, not only for safety, but because sometimes our agenda, they are too scientific and they don't understand very much the reality in the ground. And so I think I've almost 5 minutes, but thank you.
We have a couple of one, two, three, but let me make an four. Let me make an observation that I think I'll be interested to see if you all agree. You mentioned agendas. I think we've been talking about two agendas here. One is academic, one is popular. One is international, one is local. We, or people speaking for people who are not Mauritian, we can only do so much to help the local agenda. This is a local fight. Not to put the onus on the ministry, but the ministry has a responsibility to respond to people, and the Nelson Mandela Center and Apravasi got. There, there are organizations, but there are also. I was really impressed at the leaving the fashion aside. What I really liked was there were clearly women in that front part of the audience who are not academics, but who are community activists and who really were supporting that panel. That was impressive. Whether they're organized into a group or it was just I don't know. But the point is that there's different things, and this would be true not just for Mauritius. It's true for Kenya. It's true for Mozambique. True for Tanzania, Comor, Madagascar. These are all places where these are sensitive issues, and they can't. We can talk about them, which God knows we love to do, but we can't do anything about it, and we need to be clear about that. We can talk. We can do things about the academic way, and like encouraging people to use more than European language sources. There are all kinds of things we can do as academics in an academic and setting and in a global setting, as Richard said at the beginning. But we can't do the feet on the ground local work. So that's just it seems to me it's not bad, and it's one of the things that makes this an exciting conference because we're not just talking to each other. So anyway, let me just leave it there. Now I have Hideaki and yes, and 1, 2. Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for organizer for that very wonderful conference. I really enjoyed. And then, so starting with the something related to Professor Nyanto's comment on the source and source issues. And for example, nowadays we have so many digitizing materials. That is a totally different atmosphere environment. Even when I write my PhD thesis in the 2000, I submit 2010, but at the time almost it's quite few amount of the digital sources available. But for example, now about the Indian Ocean issues like a Qatar Digital Library, you can access to the massive number of the document is available online, so you can access anywhere. But not only about the Qatar Digital Library. For example, if you go to Bibliothèque Nationale Gallica, then you can have lots of the French digital materials. So, so previously the access to the sources is quite limited to the quite limited person who live in the UK or US or where the archives are. So for the Japanese people, you have to take like 15 hours to London or whatever. Otherwise, you cannot access to it. But the situation is totally different. If you have an internet access, then you can access to the very nice first-hand material. So then this kind of thing situation would be changed so much. And then also at the same time, the amount of the sources which we can access will be like expanded so much. So how can deal with this? I mean, expanding number of the document we are facing to us. That is another challenge of us in our generation or the future generations. And related to this kind of like IT issues, what about the so AIs? So, for example, like using these kind of technologies, you can pick up some suitable information from the massive of the sources, and then probably the data set might be able to create much easy way. Then probably, so for example, if you look at the Times Magazine or whatever, the historians is one of the most endangered occupation in the world, because people believe that the AI and this kind of things can write the history, but that is totally wrong. We know. So one of the reason is because we can, as Professor Allen mentions, contextualizing power. We have a contextualizing power. Then I'm listening and joined this discussion in the last 3 days conference here, and we can find it. And my impression is no longer Indian Ocean, Western Indian Ocean as a space. It's not enough for our study. I mean, for example, like Creole issues or slaveries, our perspective is far more beyond the border of the Western Indian Ocean. So probably we might have several layers of our perspective. One is very much local. If you are a Mauritian historian, probably the Mauritius or more particular plantation, then like a Western Indian Ocean wide, then we don't limit this Western Indian, even though we are historians of the Western Indian Ocean, but it's not necessary to limit our perspective in the Western Indian Ocean. So let's say, what about and this is one of the way to escape from the eternal loop of what Professor Vijaya Tirok mentioned, that we are doing almost same like 20 years ago. Then if we change our perspective, if we have a multi-layered perspective, and if we recognize such kind of multi-layered perspective within our mind, that might be one of the way towards the future studies of the Western Indian Ocean. That's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Down the line here.
Thank you. And thank you to all the organizers and to the supporting staff as well. It's been an amazing conference, I think. So the words that Vijaya yourself yesterday communicated here after the first panel, those have been on my mind all the time. Collaboration is so important, so important. Bringing together so many different perspectives, research results, data, transcending affiliation, nationality, and all that nonsense. Let's be honest about that. I think there are a couple of important points to make in terms of transparency. If we're to share our data, we have to have clear data ownership. I think that's a really important thing, and it's also one of the things that it's a critical point of the transatlantic slave trade database, for example. It helps building trust. I think that's really important. Also, durability in terms of we have to have projects run for the long run, basically. We have to have safe online environments, storing the projects. We have to use our networks to communicate, to enable contributions to our work, building publicly accessible entry curation systems, opening up to academics from all over the world and not just the global north. I think there was a really good point that was made yesterday. Second of all, make it concise. So we talk about contextualization. I think that is a big point. But what does that mean? How do we do that? Also in terms of more our public outside of academia. So visualizations, maps, images, but also more explaining more difficult concepts that we're using. And we can think about public history presentations, blogs, podcasts, videos, anything is possible these days. And we should use all of these possibilities. Also making concise in terms of viability. So we've talked about the tyranny of the Atlantic and also counterbalancing the dominance, and we talked of all the work that is ahead of us. And yet, this is not the sound of my voice. It was. Let me make this very clear. So yes, we should be focusing on globality, on interconnectedness, and it is, and it was always a world of connections. But let's make it viable, workable. There is a clear momentum in the study of Indian Ocean slave trades, slaveries, and time is on our side. Professor Suzuki already pointed out the digital age is here. It provides us with tools to locate and analyze much broader source material than we could do even 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. And of course, we should remain critical, especially if you see it broader. Think of the big tech friends of President Trump, for example. Nonetheless, I think we can manage. We are critical people. So yeah, and also if the alternative is to stay silent, then what are we doing? Thank you.
Oh, is it
Okay, no, but I just told, I thought the opening remarks by Vijaya and Richard were a bit too pessimistic, because I think over the last 3 days we've had a whole series of brilliant presentations by very talented young and recently young scholars that have been well focused, many of which have been contextualized case studies that have not represented tyranny of the particular and have not regurgitated what has already been done over 50 years. So I think that's overly pessimistic, to frame it that way. So I think things are looking much better in many ways. I mean, I think what I would like more of would be more comparative study and more focus on global and transnational issues and sort of research problems transcending the local and the national and involving more plural issues and also more interdisciplinarity and more combination of quantitative and qualitative study, more bringing together a history with sociology, cultural studies, and sociology. And then more participant research, sort of work involving in a responsible way people whose lives and pasts are being researched, and also research involving more collaboration across boundaries and between North and South researchers. So those would be my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ngandun Gatayug is my name. Thank you very much again. Maybe the previous speaker stole part of my pitch, but it's still okay. Yeah, also recording very much of appreciation for the event. Um, it's one of those that give the full meaning of the mandate of UNESCO. With the richness of the discussion we have had, the transdisciplinarity that has been spoken throughout, but the different thematic and the way they are addressed. UNESCO mandate stands for education, the science, both natural and social and human, culture, communication and information, and all of that have been addressed here in our discussion from the different perspective of the way we are working, but also giving even more insight to the different aspect of our work. How much I wish my colleague from culture sector would have been in this room, for instance, listening the presentation on maritime archaeology and their 2001 convention on underwater cultural heritage, where a lot is still to be unpacked. And a lot is to be done vis-a-vis everything that has been mentioned that exists in terms of wrecks around Mauritius, around Seychelles, around Comoros, and the like. So there's still a lot to do. And yeah, the beauty of the conversation also demonstrate that it's not just going into the archive. Yeah, it's going into the archive, it's doing the research, but it's not only through publication you can do that. There's a variety of way of communicating that, and maybe our consistency in using the different tools to communicate about that will also make a difference. So much it finds its way into education more effectively. How do we harness more of ICT, AI, 3D animations to produce, leveraging on your research, leveraging on the different element you are bringing to the front to ensure that we connect with the younger generations, because there's also this generational gap that is being deepening more and more. And maybe congratulations also in the attempt of this conference to bridge that gap. We see a very rich diversity in terms of age and also of countries in the participant of this conference, and that helps a lot to support that process. Yeah, the work of the slave trade, Dudu, you mentioned it's more about breaking the silence, and the conference is demonstrating that there's still a lot of silence to be broken along the line, and how do we do that more effectively? How do we ensure that we don't meet in another 2 or 3 years to say more or less the same thing? Yeah, it's about this research agenda that many spoke also about. How do we build that, and how do we hold ourselves accountable vis-a-vis what should emerge from the different steps we'll be identifying? And we are generally good at self-criticizing ourselves, but if we are consistent in the way we want to do it, I think the little steps we are taking, we should be very proud of them, and one step at a time. Maybe for some of the stories, you have the feeling that they should have been told long ago. If we speak about just the Indian Ocean, vis-a-vis the whole magnitude of the maybe the UNESCO general history, because a lot is also been said about the fact that there's little of Indian Ocean in that history than it should have been. The same way with the slave route, although there are very clear light that have been shed saying that we need to do more in that, and this is actually what we are doing here. Um, and maybe one of the point I also wanted to highlight, Dudu, you mentioned about the cemetery of recommendation of convention, and I want to mention also some of the standard setting instrument of UNESCO. A lot have been said about the possibility to do research. Even some frustration have emerged so many times about capacity to do research. How supportive are they? Is the country, are the institutions, and the like? And mentioning the UNESCO recommendation on science and scientific researchers, I want I don't want to check if anyone here knows about it, but it's the document that you are able to use to request more support from your member state that have signed for such a document, saying that they will provide researchers with the means to do their research. So, and this year is a year where the member state will be reporting to UNESCO as to how good they are doing in terms of enabling environment for research to thrive. So if we are not leveraging more on some of these, then we are missing the point, because those instruments are also made for you to use them to claim you are right. And maybe last point, really applauding again the intervention, the session that happened yesterday, and the whole conversation on gender and the thematic. Thank you.
That's your five. Never mind. Right.
Thank you. I would also like to thank the organizers for the opportunity provided to share this enriching experience. I personally think, from the perspective of Seychelles, there's a lot of work to be done nationally. I think from the recommendations and everything that has been said, we have some analysis to do at the level of our country, and to also encourage, because we don't we we don't have a lot of historians in the country. We really need to promote historians and archaeology, because we haven't had any archaeological excavations up to now on our slavery sites, on the shipwrecks also, that we know that there are quite a few. So we really need to get the commitment of the government for that, because our young people feel that historians are not well paid. There are no prospects. So there's a lot of work to be done in this area. And then in terms of sharing of expertise, particularly for smaller countries like Seychelles, like I would say maybe Comoros and so forth, we are very short of expertise in several areas, and we share a lot of commonalities there, like with Mauritius, with Madagascar and Mozambique. if we could at least have this collaboration, and we can sustain this collaboration to be able to discover more, to be able to share, and to be able to come up with more research findings on our origins, on our common culture, and so forth. So I would really stress on the collaboration for, especially on common grounds. Thank you.
Okay, we've got lots of hands back here. Yeah, and then we'll come. You're going to get another shot at it. Rafiki Yangu, and deal.
Thank you. So I'm a literary critic and I'm specialized in colonial studies. I'm a lecturer here in the English department. And I've worked closely with Vijaya in the past. Dr. Reddy has read some of my works. And I think that it's just a humble suggestion. I think that literary critics should be involved in discussions on history because a lot of post-colonial writers are doing an incredible amount of research before they write, or they were, for example, Amitabh Ghosh was an anthropologist before, and now he's a very celebrated writer. So I think that, for example, we're talking about community engagement, social injustice, Mauritian writers who are writing about the colonial past are concerned about this as well. For example, Priya Hine has written the amazing novel Rion Belle, which has won a couple of awards. She was here actually on Monday. And I think she would have a lot of things to say. Literary critics, some of them like myself, also translators. I found myself incredibly frustrated at some point because there was not enough literature on indenture, in which I'm specialized. So I decided to, for a while, dump research and translate a book from Hindi to English on indenture by one of our most celebrated local writers, Abhimanyu Anat. And I think there is an enormous amount of work being done in the field of literature. Sometimes literature is too concerned, I think, with theorizing, but I think that some of the theories can be linked to community experience and to the discussions that are taking place in history. The other thing that I found was that sometimes we look down on writers because they're relying too much on their imagination. But I find that historians sometimes also rely on imagination when they're trying to piece together the life of a slave, for example. And I think that a lot of really interesting conversations can take place if we involve literary critics and writers, post-colonial writers especially.
One of the most successful teaching books in the study of African history in the United States is a collaboration between Trevor Getz and a graphic artist working in literature. I mean, with the documents, so I think that, there are all kinds of possibilities for doing this. So.
Donc, oui, je permets de rebondir sur ce que vous avez dit. Donc, c'est vraiment une recommandation, peut-être qu'il y ait une conférence juste où vous dites que faudrait pas vraiment désespérer parce que peut-être que la recherche, elle prend d'autres aspects, l'interdisciplinarité, et on s'intéresse à l'histoire, mais outre mesure, peut-être une proposition, une recommandation, ben, on a eu la chance de se rencontrer des chercheuses mauriciennes, mais il y a aussi la zone indienne-océanique, les femmes. Pourquoi pas une recommandation pour qu'il y ait une conférence où les femmes de différentes disciplines qui s'intéressent à l'histoire, qui s'intéressent à l'histoire d'outre-mesure, à travers la littérature, à travers la performance, à travers l'anthropologie, à travers toutes ces formes. Donc, vraiment, une forte recommandation à ce niveau-là. Et oui, l'histoire fraye son chemin. L'histoire n'est pas enseignée dans les écoles comme il se doit, c'est un problème national. Mais oui, donc on peut trouver d'autres moyens pour que cela se fasse. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all the very interesting discussion that we've had for the last 3 days. Inputs gave me a real lot to think about my research, but as well encourage me to self-reflect as a white Swiss researcher studying Mauritius history on the precaution I should take to be extra careful to share place of speech and writing with everybody, to overcome race, gender, and color inequalities, to name but a few. I think we had a really nice discussion yesterday about it, and it really was really fruitful for me. I just wanted to share this very personal thought with you, and I wanted as well to thank the organizer for this amazing event. I think it was really generous, a very intellectually and event, and we've been very spoiled. Thank you very much. And I cannot even think to imagine the complexities we've been through these last couple of weeks. I want to extend my thanks as well to all the crew that have been here the last 3 days. They made possible the microphone and everything. The team for the beverage, the food and everything, and a special thought and thanks to the liaison officers. It's only really thanks to them that we've not got lost, and we did give them a very hard time. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I wish to reiterate my gratitude to the organizers for this important conference. To me, it has been a very enriching experience, and it has added a lot of value. And I think because of the broadened perspective, it will contribute to the way I do my work. I have a number of projects in Tanzania, and I think I can move in a better direction. And that's why I think it is important for researchers in history to make sure we explore avenues for collaboration. Because if we work unilaterally, everyone in his country, her country, I think we lose a lot of perspective. Through this conference, I can see how important it is to get broader exposure, to share our experiences. And I think that will improve whatever we're doing in our different countries. I really thank all the presenters, the experts. I'm not an expert, but I was here to learn, and that's been a wonderful learning experience. I thank you so much.
I have a question for Vijay. Has there been any newspaper coverage or because I certainly know from other conferences in actually here and everything, I can remember walking away, like with a headline that I'd given a talk or something like that. And so, which is one way of popularizing, making people aware that something's going on. So I didn't.
Okay, just quickly on the media coverage, you will be surprised. Mozambique media was here. The national TV, give it an applause.
Thank you so much, Chair. 5 minutes. Finally, yeah. So I'll only talk, I have only two. So one is access to resources for students. And the two related to that is funding, which is really a challenge. Yeah, and I'm now talking this as also part of my own frustrations. I have the two students who presented today are really my students. One is my PhD student, and another is also my MA student. They couldn't make it because of financial constraint. We applied. Unfortunately, we didn't make it. In the department, I also have a lady who did archaeology, and she's also a historian, and she wants to, her PhD is about foodways, diet, these crops that were also exchanged throughout the long distance caravan. So she wants to examine. She takes a historical archaeology and wants to examine foodways and diet, these crops that were also exchanged. So at first uh, she applied for PhD. She was admitted, but she had to cancel because of financial constraint. We applied. Unfortunately, we didn't make it. She had also submitted to me a very good abstract, but I was a little bit worried if I thought she could make it because of financial constraints. So I think students have really interest, and they are really interested in pushing further these issues. But only two challenges are really important for these students. One, for all African institutions, African universities, unlike a European or American, where a student or a researcher can just get access to book, get access to archival documents through interlibrary loan. Now that service in Africa is completely unavailable. And very often we find that getting access to sources, getting access to books becomes really a challenge for these students. But most importantly, funding. Many students would have really wished to attend this conference, but quite unfortunate, they couldn't make it because of financial constraints. So I think as we think about these issues, and as we think about uh, ways to go, ways to keep on marching forward, we should also think about the financial constraints that students, but also financial constraints that African universities are really facing. Thank you.
Toma, and and then one thing has become clear to me, which I hadn't thought of at the beginning, because this is it's an academic conference, is that we ought to make recommendations, which also fits in with the UNESCO kind of context, which are which are not and that's quite different from. I mean, they're different. That's part of the different agendas that we have. You don't make recommendations usually in the end of in an academic context for a university, but what? Yeah. No. No.
Before we start making
No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not. I actually don't think that would be. We're not. I'm just saying. I think that those who are going to be responsible for sort of to make recommendations, and then hopefully to be able to run them by some of the people locally, because because the recommendations aren't going to affect anything academic, but they will have an impact locally and regionally. So that's that. I mean, that's all I was saying. So, Thomas. I won't start your 5 minutes until you go.
And this one, okay, it's working. I wanted to add to what has been said by Nyonto and another colleague about access to science and academic research. Well, the solution is easy. It's open access publication. That's what we do more and more in Europe because that's part of it. It's been part of a recommendation by the European Union and European Research Council, and to publish online on open access journals and research books. And that's something we do, for instance, in France from a platform called Open Edition. Open Edition, we have Open Edition journals and Open Edition books. Journals are sometimes published printed with printed copies and also online or only online, and this is free. You don't have to pay to access to those journals for libraries and subscriptions and so on, and same for books. But it's a bit different in the US or British systems where you have those books published in the US and which cost something like 80 or $100 or pounds. And what do you do? And what do I do? Well, I find them online for free, but I think it's, well, we, in the scientific economy in some of the Western countries, there should be more reflection on this so that our colleagues in Africa, but also elsewhere in the world, could access to this academic research through open access. And about evidence, I might be old-fashioned, but I would like to defend the work on European or colonial evidence about Africa, African diaspora, or Asian societies or Asian diasporas, because those evidence are very rich. I know those who are not trained in history think that historians, because we work on European evidence, we follow the perspective of our sources. No, we are trained against the biases of those sources. And it's not that because we use them, we are trapped by those biases or perspectives. And believe me, you can find a lot of African or Asian or whatever voices in those European sources or missionary or slave log, slave voyages log, etc., etc. They're very rich, and I think we should keep on promoting the study of those evidence through our students. And ongoing research is coming, especially on early modern evidence about Africa, and it's very rich, believe me. And you can do excellent African history from these pieces of evidence, crisscrossing, of course, with archaeology, local accounts and oral traditions, if we have some, of course. Thank you.
Good, unless we do have. Okay. Oh, okay. You're right. Okay, one more. What? Then yeah, we got yes. Okay.
Hi.
Right.
I would just like to add something. Okay. So I would just like to go back to what Odi said and Salvatore and on about funding and youngsters engaging, young researchers engaging in history and everything. The issue I would like to point out is the biggest issue that we have here in Mauritius is funding. Personally, for my part, I have been discussing a lot about this with Vijaya. She has been the one supporting me through all of my work and everything. The biggest issue is not that youngsters don't want to engage in this field, it's just that they don't get the opportunity to do so, the funding, to even the platform to present their work. For example, here we just have, for example, us, very few Mauritians, young Mauritians presenting their work. There's a lot of Mauritians, young Mauritians doing research in history. Going to the archives, you don't find a lot of Mauritians here. They don't have the time to, they don't have the funding to, and when we have to choose between working to gain a living or engaging in research, that's the simple choice that we have to make. And Also, yeah, about funding. For example, myself, I had to self-fund my master's, and it was not easy. But maybe I would like to suggest, I don't know, like some sort of, yeah, scholarships funding to. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to respond to Preben saying that I was being pessimistic. I'm not being pessimistic at all. If you look at the situation in Mauritius today, as Elodie has given a little drop in the water of the problems that we have in Mauritius, we have Palma here. Palma and myself are the only two surviving Truth and Justice commissioners. What has happened to the recommendations 14 years later? Land dispossession of descendants of slaves. Only a few weeks ago, they threw out 100 cases that were related to descendants of slaves, land dispossession. What has happened to the recommendation concerning a genealogy center? The genealogy center was supposed to create and help descendants create their genealogical profile to be able to fight land cases in Mauritius. Where is that center? We've been writing letters now for the past 10 years. There's not a single ounce of activity that has come about. So there are many, many issues facing descendants of slaves in Mauritius. We should be discussing it, and I'm surprised the Mauritians are so silent here today. But we should be discussing it. Historians are not just academics. In Mauritius, we're also historian activists. We have had to be, whether we like it or not. We have been forced into this avenue. So I think there are many things we still need to discuss. It's not just academics. Access to archives. Elodie, Flossie, Lorraine, I mean, Preben, did you get access to the MGI archives? No. Do we get access to notarial deeds to trace slave trade sales, our notaries? No. We have no access to these documents up to today. We've been fighting for this for years. So, in terms of recommendations, it's not just academic research, research into Mauritius, and access has to be given by government now, not we don't want to wait another 10 years. So I think these are issues we have to discuss. We're activists also, not just academics. So if you have firm recommendations, this is the time to put them on paper. For example, we talked about the change of constitution to include the Creole community. That should be a recommendation of historians of slavery. Why isn't it one of the recommendations? So I would like to also ask Jasmine to say a few words. She's the advisor to the minister and is listening to all our all our outpourings, and maybe she has some solutions.
Ça va? Alors bonjour à tous. Hi all. I will start to tell you on the behalf of the Ministry of Arts and Culture, from the Junior Minister and the Minister of Arts and Culture, to say thank you to all of you to be here for your participation. What you are doing here is very important. All your researchers, your sharing your findings is very important. We are in Mauritius, and we have a multicultural population here. I consider, as an advisor and the next representative of Mauritius for UNESCO, that it would be very important to bring story in schools. We have a story in schools, but which story? We did have some dates, some stories here. As a little girl, I would like to know that women enslaved couldn't be sold without their children. Things I heard here. I would like to know when I was a little girl, the story of Anna de Bengal. Because we did have this story. It's sad, yes. but we have good things from those stories as well. Have I told you that I am a 16 years experienced social worker? No, I am. Every children in Mauritius, especially children living in slum, the enslaved descendants, they don't have access to tertiary education. We have many problems. They don't have. They have families problem, financial problems. So sometimes they can't arrive here to hear those things. I think this is important to bring it to primary school, in secondary schools, so that they can hear this. It can be interesting to know the story. If we have this only in tertiary schools, education, and they don't come here due to X problem of their life, it's so sad. I think we should consider to have more stories at primary and secondary level. Yesterday I was listening to those panel, the women's panel. Yes, I met Fair and Lovely in my life. I met Dark and Lovely in my life. But I met my story of my ancestors, and I met my self-esteem and self-motivation. I think it is important to understand the story, where our ancestors come from, where we are, and where we are going. I am the representative, I will be the representative of Mauritius, of all the culture in Mauritius, not only Black women, because this is important to have all the picture, to have this unity, to cultivate this unity in Mauritius. I will finish by telling to all of you here, we understand that we have stories, okay? We have the story here. I heard my friend saying, they have done this to us. They have done this to our ancestors. They are not doing this to me, to us today. Understanding the story, commemorate it. When you have a glass half, because I'm a social worker, I use this. You have a half glass here. You can look at it like half empty. But you can look at it half full. Keep the resilience, the courage, and go in life. Give the honor to those enslaved people. And say, I will pick the positive of that. And to finish, Mrs. Singh for the first day told us about the song Le Mot Brabant. She gave us some words. Have I told you that I am an artist? I'm a singer? No. I will give you a small song, that song. Maybe you can feel it. Let me come here. Maybe you will not understand the word, but try to feel it, maybe. L'héritage nous enchète, nous roulait, nous pas rouler, tous les temps pour n'avaler ça. Prends nous ravane, si c'est gazoli, zo dit parce qu'il nous pas laisse li tomber. Pare kouman le moun, zo dit tan diye li menase, sou me grand di moun, qui t'ape reposer là-bas, la rivière du sang. Peut faire tourbillon dans mon esprit, peut faire moi rappel. Combien tu monté là-haut le monde là-bas. Préféré c'était à cause qu'on en liberté. Faudrait pas n'oublier, non n'a pas fini, c'était pour n'ennuyer. L'histoire est navalée, mais il est là pour faire réfléchir. Toi, descendant esclave, te bizarre n'a pas honte, te bizarre affirme ton identité. Prends compte de passé, n'a pas laissé piétiner comme ça même te pour connaître qui tu étais. Pareil comme les monde, ce qui n'écrit pas n'effacé, nous la peau est nasolée, qui tient dans l'Afrique là-bas. Ce qui saute la mer, tu n'as tout bien mon mémoire vivant peut faire moi rappeler, ouais. Combien n'as-tu monté? Préféré c'était à cause qu'on en liberté. Faudrait pas n'oublier, non n'a pas fini, c'était pour n'ennuyer. L'histoire est navalée, mais il est là pour faire réfléchir. Oh lola et oh la lilé, oh lola et la la. Tilele la lilé, oh lola et la la. Tilele la lilé, oh lola et la 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 la. Tilele la lilé, oh lola et la la. Tilele la lilé, oh lola et la 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 la. Tilele la lilé, oh lola et la la. Alors merci. Thank you. Alors merci à tous. Thank you to be here. Thank you to be part of this project on this conference. And stay as you are. Thank you for your contribution to the world. Thank you.
Well, je pense que je ne vais pas avoir des propos aussi poétiques, charmants, faisant rêver, nous entraînant dans l'histoire, mais une histoire mise en parole et en chant si magnifique. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Oui, parce que en fait, moi, je voulais faire des propositions très, très concrètes. Je suis désolée parce que je repars dans quelque chose d'autre. Mais non, tout d'abord pour dire, remercier Vijaya, mais je l'ai déjà fait, je le fais encore, pour son engagement et son engagement profond autour des questions d'esclavage et de traite ici à Maurice, parce que sans cet engagement, et je pense qu'en tant qu'historien, je le répète, mais en tant qu'historien, nous avons un engagement à avoir auprès de la société et un engagement politique, et l'histoire de l'esclavage est une question politique. Avec cette conférence, je pense que le lien, en fait, que l'on cherchait depuis très longtemps entre l'Atlantique et l'océan Indien, là, j'ai l'impression qu'on est dans une dimension beaucoup plus concrète, et en tout cas qu'on a les éléments maintenant pour renforcer ce lien. Et je voudrais voilà, simplement faire quelques propositions, et vous verrez qu'elles sont très terre à terre et non pas poétiques. Pour reprendre ce que disait Thomas, effectivement, il y a des bases de données maintenant d'articles et de livres qui sont en ligne et qui sont ouverts et gratuits. Gratuit, ça dépend un petit peu des institutions, mais justement, c'est la proposition que je voudrais faire, et dans les recommandations Vijaya, je pense que ça pourrait en être une, c'est qu'il y ait des accords qui soient faits avec les universités africaines pour que justement ils puissent avoir accès de façon entièrement gratuite à ces bases de données, que ça soit open édition pour la France ou Kern, qui est aussi une autre base de données. Parce que c'est vrai qu'en Europe, on a développé une politique d'accès à ces ressources qui est entièrement gratuite et en ligne. Donc il y ait dans les recommandations que nous pourrions faire, qu'il y ait l'élaboration de ces accords entre universités africaines et ces ressources qui sont des ressources européennes, je pense que là, on serait dans ce partage de connaissances que l'on veut et dans cette mise à égalité des savoirs vers quoi on doit tendre. Voilà, ça c'est ma première recommandation que j'aurais aimé voir dans les conclusions de ce colloque. Une autre recommandation qui devrait être faite, et avec l'appui de l'UNESCO, puisque voilà, il y a des représentants de l'UNESCO. Moi, je n'appartiens pas à l'UNESCO. J'anime une structure qui est au sein de l'UNESCO, mais je suis universitaire. Je pense qu'il y a une recommandation très forte à faire et qui s'adresse vraiment à tous les États membres de l'UNESCO. Une recommandation pour l'ouverture des archives, première chose, parce que ça c'est important. S'il n'y a pas d'ouverture des archives, il n'y a pas d'élaboration de connaissances et même de possibilité de discuter aussi, puisqu'on peut avoir des points de vue différents. Et je pense qu'il y a une attention très forte, là, je vais parler de l'Europe, de décentrer le savoir et de ne pas penser les questions à partir de l'Europe. C'est vraiment un souci très fort qui est porté par les chercheurs en ce moment. Donc la réflexion sur la décolonisation du discours qui est produit par les archives, et effectivement, c'est un souci que nous portons et que nous essayons de mettre en œuvre. Donc ouverture des archives, mais aussi digitalisation des archives. Là aussi, c'est extrêmement important, si ce n'est que ça coûte de l'argent. Donc là, il y a une mise en œuvre à faire. Et la digitalisation des archives, elle est extrêmement importante si on la connecte avec la question de l'intelligence artificielle. Parce que fait l'intelligence artificielle? C'est qu'ils vont chercher dans toutes les bases de données pour élaborer des discours. Or, il faut qu'il y ait des textes émanant à la fois des archives, enfin des textes imprimés, puisque l'intelligence artificielle, pour l'instant, je ne crois pas, lit les notes manuscrites, mais en tout cas, il y a des archives qui sont tapuscrites et qui peuvent servir à cette reconnaissance. Mais aussi, c'est important que les articles qui sont écrits par des chercheurs qui viennent du continent africain puissent être reconnus par l'intelligence artificielle. Parce que sinon, là, ce qu'on est en train de créer avec l'intelligence artificielle, ce sont des textes qui vont avoir la position européenne. Parce que ce sont les ressources qui sont mises en ligne. Donc l'enjeu, il est très important. Et dernière chose, dans mes 5 minutes, je pense qu'il serait très intéressant qu'on arrive à faire une sorte de bibliothèque générale mondiale de l'esclavage. C'est-à-dire qu'il existe actuellement des ressources qui sont mises en ligne, comme je le disais, mais qui pourraient être multidisciplinaires, comme on l'a dit, avec des travaux sur l'archéologie, sur l'histoire de l'art. Et là aussi, je voudrais rassurer, je ne sais plus qui en parlait, mais l'histoire de l'art fait aussi partie des préoccupations des historiens, mais qu'on ait aussi des bases de données sur la musique, enfin qu'on ait un lieu qui rassemble les connaissances. Et c'est un travail qui est un peu titanesque et il est un peu utopique de le dire, mais je pense qu'on fonctionne tous avec des utopies et que les utopies, elles sont très importantes pour continuer à aller de l'avant. Et il faudrait en fait rassembler déjà des initiatives assez parcellaires, c'est-à-dire parce que ça a commencé, et qu'on puisse les compléter donc par des données qui viendraient de toutes les sociétés qui ont été touchées par l'esclavage. Et je pense que ce sont des questions moi, qui me tiennent à cœur, parce que ce partage de connaissances, il faut vraiment l'élaborer, il faut le mettre en action. C'est-à-dire faire cette rencontre des sensibilités autour de l'histoire de l'esclavage, des perspectives très, très différentes. Il faut le mettre en œuvre parce que c'est la seule façon, à mon avis, de construire ce monde de justice et inclusif dont on a beaucoup parlé dans la conférence, mais ça repose sur des choses qui sont très pratique et très concrète. Voilà.
We are at 20 to 5. Do you want to we'll go? Okay. What do you want? I mean, we'll be here till 5:30 or 6. What? 30-second recommendations? Yes. I think we're there. It's tiring, but it's actually been quite exciting today. There's been, I mean, this is for a conference. I mean, I've been to hundreds of conferences. There's probably more involvement in a final session than I've seen in a very long time. So I'm grateful to all of you. You've been a terrific group to work with, and we'll see you, most of you, tomorrow still, and tonight too. And the film, we guess we have a film to keep us occupied. So that's it for the session. Thank you.